Get them.
Okay, we're live, folks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this evening's meeting of the zoning board, February 25th, 2021. I'd like to start off by having us all say the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Barry Alton.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, under God,
God,
with liberty and justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
Roll call. Commissioner Alton,
Present.
Commissioner Creighton,
Present.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Present.
Commissioner Reckner, Commissioner Brooks,
Present.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Present.
Chairman Morelli.
Present.
Commissioner Reckner is absent. Case number 3185, application of Joseph and Christopher Ruggiero of 94 Arizona Avenue, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York.
Emma, you gotta go.
9-105. Front yard, 9-105.5D side yard, to extend the front yard deck at 94 Arizona Avenue, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 240, lot 7, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Who will introduce a motion on this application?
I think I'll make a motion to hold it over until we have a chance to see the plans that were resubmitted.
I'll second that. Okay. Case number 3186, application of Southwind Landing of 1051 Oceanfront, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following section of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.9E rear yard, to extend the existing decks at 1051 Oceanfront, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 58, block 87, lot 126, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Who will introduce a motion on this application?
I'll make a motion to grant.
Commissioner Acevedo has made a motion to grant the application. Who will second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Leonetti is second on the motion. Commissioner Alton,
I grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Grant.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Grant.
Chairman Morelli.
Grant.
This application has been granted. Case number 3188, application of Stephen.
Well, you know, there was a
Vargas of
question,
106
Robin, there was a question from the panelist, Mr. Ruggiero, that his plans was sent in. Just make a note, we understand that, but we did not get them in time for us to review them. I didn't see them, nobody else got to see them. So, you know, we couldn't vote on it. All right, he responded, okay, he understands, thank you. All right,
Case number-
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Case number 3188, application of Stephen Barkis of 106 Indiana Avenue, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-113.2G off-street parking, 9-113.2H off-street parking size, for new off-street parking in the front yard at 106 Indiana Avenue, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 58, block 96, lot 1, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Who will introduce a motion on this application?
Make a motion to deny.
Commissioner
I'll second
Leonetti
that.
Motion to deny the application. Commissioner Acevedo has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
Deny.
Commissioner Creighton,
Deny.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Deny.
Commissioner Brooks,
Aye.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Aye.
Chairman Morelli.
Deny.
This application has been denied. Case number 3192, application of Narinder Gruel of 532 East Market Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.7G accessory structure, for an accessory structure of 532 East Market Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 168, lot 19, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Who will introduce a motion on this application?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Commissioner Leonetti has introduced a motion to deny the application. Who will second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Creighton has seconded the motion. Commissioner Walton,
Deny.
Commissioner Creighton,
No.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Deny.
Commissioner Brooks,
deny,
Commissioner Leonetti,
Deny.
Chairman Morelli.
Aye.
This application has been denied. Calendar, case number 3182, application of Alfred DeStefano of 801 East Park Avenue, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of City of Long Beach, New York. 13-82A pool location, 13-82D pool location, 9-106.17 general provisions for a pool and fence installation in the front yard at 801 East Park Avenue, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 82, lots 1 through 5 on Nassau County Land and Tax Map.
Okay, good evening. Mr. DiStefano, please.
I'll get him. Al, you have to unmute yourself. Al, you have to unmute yourself. Okay, there he goes. Should be on now. Is there anybody else that you want to speak, Al? Anybody else on with you? He is unmuted. Al, are you there?
Robin, do we want to move on to the next case and then bring it back at the end?
Let me just see.
Can't log on now.
Stephen Kaiser had his hand raised. Stephen, are you representing this applicant? All right, so we'll move on to the next one.
Please.
Case number 3189, application of Patrick Somers of 420 East Walnut Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following section of the zoning code of ordinances of the City of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.2D side yard to maintain nude wood deck at 420 East Walnut Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 156, lot 13 on the Nassau County Land Tax Map.
Mr. Summers?
I'll get him.
Okay,
A lot of people waiting to speak. Hold on. Okay.
are people having problems logging on tonight or what's?
No, he should be there now. Mr. Summers, are you? You should be able to speak now.
I see Scott Cohen sent he as the applicant on with him. And I see Scott's on. Scott, can you hear us?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well,
There you are.
two. You should be good now.
The wonders of modern technology.
And just so you know, Scott, your client, Patrick, is muted.
Okay. I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Go ahead, Rocco.
All right, so let's talk about the maintaining of the deck, Scott. Basically, we talked about this case, in terms of now, there was a deck on the side of this house, wasn't there? That ran along the side of the house?
Right, I was present last month, not representing them. I had a case after that, so I heard everything that went on. And we're looking to maintain a catwalk that goes from the front of the house connecting to a rear deck. There was a question last month whether that rear deck was permitted, and the rear deck is permitted. So what we're looking at here is the side yard setback, which is required to be 1.5 and 1.8. And here we're looking to maintain the catwalk on the 8-foot side. And the dimensions of the catwalk, what we're concerned with is the width. And the width of this catwalk is 4.3 feet, roughly. And the side yard from the leading edge of the catwalk is 4.63 feet from the leading edge to the line. Now, the posts of this catwalk are cantilevered, so they are set back a foot. So from whatever's touching the ground, we're looking at 5.63 feet from the posts to the line. And underneath the catwalk is empty space. There's no structures, no other abutting structures. So what we have is this is a wide line high ranch. The bedrooms are all in the back. The deck is in the back. And the only way to access this deck within the house would be through a bedroom. But what the applicant had done, and again, I'm not going to rehash, but there's no question that this was done not permitted, and we're looking for forgiveness. But they had seen a similar structure down the block from them, and they, though ignorance is not an excuse, is not a defense, they hired a contractor to construct something similar. Now, last month, the neighbors' objections were twofold. First, that the applicants never went to her to discuss the project. And second, that the applicants can peer into her house and yard from this catwalk. As for the not acting neighborly, this is a classic he said, she said, and I'm not going to belabor that point. The board heard enough about it last month. Simply put, each side has a differing story. Somewhere in the middle is probably the truth. As for the second issue, which is really the more important issue, the claim that the applicants can peer into the neighbor's house and yard, I will state for the record that this claim by the neighbor is disingenuous. First, they're two different houses. The neighbor's house is a colonial. And as I said, the applicant's house is a wide line high ranch. They have different elevations. The neighbor's house, first floor, starts much higher than the applicant's house. And where this catwalk is, there really are only 4 windows that are affected on the neighbor's property. 2 are on the second floor, which is well above the level of the catwalk. And the other 2 are on about the same level, maybe a little bit below the catwalk. One of them is a planter bay window that has plants in it. So any view into that window from the catwalk is not something that can be done. The view is obstructed by what's within this planter bay window. The second
Stop
window
you for a
is,
second.
yeah,
Scott, just before we go further, just define the catwalk, the width. I mean, just so we have it on the record.
the width of the catwalk is, I thought I mentioned it, but it is approximately 4.3 feet from the house, from the edge of the house to the leading edge of the catwalk. And then from the leading edge of the catwalk to the property line is another 4.63 feet.
Okay,
Okay, now the posts are cantilevered a foot back. So from the leading edge of the post to the property line is roughly 5.63 feet.
One of my computers doesn't.
I don't think the posts have any real bearing on this.
no.
I'm just giving you
Why is
the
Mr.
dimensions.
DiStefano on? Can we fix that, please? Mr. DiStefano's on now instead of, Scott?
I'm still here.
Okay,
No,
go ahead,
Scott's
Scott.
there. I just moved Al back. We'll call him next. He had technical.
Yeah, I
difficulties.
sent, I sent him a message.
Mhm.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Scott.
So the window, the other window that's on the neighbor's first floor is towards the front of the house. And I may be incorrect, but I believe that window is frosted. So there really is no viewing into the house from the catwalk. The second objection about viewing was that the neighbor was concerned that they're going to peer into her backyard, and I believe there's a pool. That's another impossibility, because from the rear of her house towards the rear property line are trees, are thick cedar type trees. So there is no direct view from the catwalk or from the rear deck, for that matter, into the neighbor's yard. So as I said, that it's, we talked about the question about the rear deck, that it is properly permitted. So the applicants, as I stated earlier, sought a contractor to build something similar to what they saw in the neighborhood. And at this house is 420 East Walnut. At 538 East Walnut, there is an identical catwalk structure.
So now, was that granted by any kind of variance or no?
That was actually granted. That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that, Chairman. That was granted by this board in 2006, case number 1840. Now that, and there were two members of this board that were on the board then that voted for approval of that variance. And that approval was done unanimously. Now, the variance that was approved under case 1840, the catwalk there was larger than the catwalk that is being requested here. That catwalk was 5 feet. The one we're proposing to maintain is 4.3 feet.
Now, did that run the length of the house?
That ran the length of the house as well.
I don't have reference to the record, obviously, at this point, but was there any neighborly objection?
I would be lying if I told you I knew. I'm
Wait.
sorry, that I have the plot plan from that, and that catwalk started, looks to be about 10 feet back from the front of the house, but ran much deeper into the backyard. And that also required a rear yard setback, because that lot was a 40 by 100, which is narrower than the current property in question.
And how close does that go to the property line? The other one? the
Great
comparable?
question, Commissioner Altman. That variance was for a side yard setback of 3 feet. So it's a much bigger ask than what we're asking to maintain now. We're asking to maintain 4.63 feet. That was approved 3 feet. Now, that was a flat 8-foot side yard that they were consuming with a 5-foot catwalk and a 3-foot setback. We have a little bit bigger side yard setback, 4.3. We have close to, I believe we have close to 9 feet on that side. So we're looking for a 4.3 deck with a 4.63 side yard setback.
And
So
what was the height of that deck, Scott?
I do not know, but it was going to an elevated rear deck. I do not have, all I have from that was variance was the plot plan and the resolution that was adopted by the board. And I have the denial letter, which reference the side yard issue and the rear yard issue. It does not give me the height of the
That- that's-
catwalk.
I don't remember 16 years ago. or 17.
No.
I would be concerned if you did remember 16 years ago.
But, the height of that deck would certainly be of interest.
I certainly can find that out and provide that, assuming that it's in the building department file. If not, I'll gladly go to the house with the tape measure and measure it myself. So,
Am I correct that the only purpose of this side deck is really to provide a future access to a door on the side of the house? Because there's no other reason for having that there, right?
that is correct. The way a wide line high ranch is designed is that the bedrooms are in the back, and the entertaining, I'll call it the entertaining space, kitchen, dining room, living room, are in the front. So the only way to access a elevated rear deck would be through bedrooms. So the applicant, there is a door that is proposed to be off of the dining room. And again, it's 4 feet wide. It's not there for entertainment purposes, for sitting, for chatting, it's there to move people from the front of the interior of the house to the rear deck in the back. And I understand, a neighbor feeling imposed upon by this. But again, there are trees in the back that shield her pool. And there are 2 windows. One is a planter, is a planter bay, box bay window. And the other is a sliding casement that's at the front of the house. So really, the only time somebody would see that would be once they walk out that door. And all of these windows are viewable from the interior of the applicant's home, because the applicant's home has several windows along their wall. So they could see the neighbor's property from within the house.
Well, that's all kind of subjective, Scott. And the pictures that we saw certainly show a visual imposition. And if you're gonna cite the other case, I would like all the information on it.
Unfortunately, this is all the information that I have, but I would be more than happy to provide. I'll go and I'll take pictures of that house and the neighboring house so you could see what's there and explore what's in the building department file. So that's just, yes.
Scott, how large is the rear deck currently, the current rear deck that you're accessing through this catwalk?
I do not know.
Okay,
I-
the only
once-
access the
once
only
I found
access
that
to it is through the bedroom though, right?
The only access would be through the bedroom. But once I found out that that deck was permitted, I stopped my inquiry with respect to that.
In your photo, Scott, make sure you show the relationship to the house next door of the other one. Because I don't know if that's a 4-foot setback there or that's an 8-foot setback on that side or what.
What I will do is I will take a view from the street.
Mhm.
And so you could see the line in between both houses, and that should give us an idea. I would not want to trespass onto anybody's property with a tape measure and say that that's a 5-foot side or the 8-foot side. I don't know. But we should be able to judge that from a picture.
Yes.
So how far back is this supposed door that's going to be coming out of the dining room from the front of the house?
I do not know. I believe the applicants are on and they can give you an idea as to where that door will be located. So if I can go into the factors concerning this granting of this variance for you to consider, they've been well repeated before this board that there's no undesirable change, that the benefit can't be sought by any other method, that the variance is not substantial, that it won't have an adverse impact or effect on the physical or environmental conditions of the neighborhood, and the difficulty is not self-created. As for the undesirable change, The area is residential. The impact of this catwalk on the neighbor is minimal. As I said, there's only 2 windows along that side of the house, and the backyard is obscured by the trees. So this proposal, and the fact that there is already another property down the block from here that has the same or similar construction that was approved, this is not an undesirable change. The way, as for no reasonable alternative, the way a Highline Ranch is constructed, there is no way to access an elevated deck from within the house, other than going through bedrooms. So, again, we're looking to maintain what has been previously approved. It's a similar catwalk along the side of a house. In fact, it's a smaller, it's narrower. This variance is not substantial. They're seeking to maintain a structure that's smaller than what has been previously improved. As I said, the width is 4.3 feet. It's sufficient space for people to pass one another, going from the front to the back. It's just not conducive to entertaining on this catwalk. Under these circumstances, it's reasonable for the board to determine that this request is not substantial. As for an adverse impact or effect, there is no adverse impact or effect. A similar and larger structure had previously been approved. What they're proposing to maintain is not going to tax any city services, and it will not endanger either of the properties. The catwalk is elevated. There is nothing underneath the catwalk that would prevent any emergency ingress or egress to the rear of either property. As for the difficulty being self-created, this aspect of the test is relevant, but is not necessarily, shall not necessarily preclude the granting of this application. It's not dispositive. The factor is not determinative on its own and is to be considered in conjunction with everything else. So here, you can make the argument that the difficulty is self-created because they built first and are now asking for permission. But what actually has created the hardship is the nature of the Highline Ranch. By putting an elevated deck in the back, you cannot get there without cutting through bedrooms.
But 2 points. Pat.
This house was designed to use a backyard where you went down a side staircase to your yard. I grew up in a house just like that.
Yeah, and that's people have converted bedrooms into a den or a TV room, so that it's not a bedroom anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
It just becomes
But this
a
is
area.
the young family.
I'm only concerned that there's hundreds of these houses in Long Beach, and I know a lot of people would be annoyed if this became the norm. That's the only thing that does come to mind.
I understand that, and that is a concern that the board has to have when it entertains any variance. But if this was going to be the norm, this would not be just the second application in 16 years.
But Scott, I live around the corner from them, and I would love to put a catwalk on my 8-foot side, because I have no access from my second floor to my yard. But I don't know that I would do it because I would be concerned about the impact on my neighbors, and I live a block away from them. I'd love to have one myself. I mean, so it's not a question of nobody would want it. It's a question of does it fit in the area too? It's something that we have to consider because, quite honestly, it's something that I would like to come to my own board for a variance myself. There are other people like us that were in similar situations. I mean, but you can't really build first and then, come back later too. That is a consideration. And to me, the reason I asked you is because when I considered this for my own home, if it was going to be, which is right around the block on Neptune, if I was going to consider doing this on my 8-foot side, because we're allowed 5 and 8, I would have considered doing it 3 feet at the very least, because 3 feet still gives you enough room to get down the stairs. All I wanted to do was get down the stairs from my living room, so I understand, into my backyard, so I don't have to walk downstairs from second floor if there's a fire. But the point is, a catwalk really is like 3 feet. I mean, a doorway, even with the ADA Act, and a bathroom is 36 inches. 36 inches is enough to accommodate a wheelchair. It's enough to accommodate, entrance to a room. A 36-inch door is certainly bigger than a standard 30. So, I mean, they could have done a 36-inch catwalk, and that's why I asked you before, and truly called it a catwalk. But now, you start stretching it over 4 feet. It's not really just a catwalk. I mean, it's bigger, and something that maybe the board passed 15 years ago could have relevance to a point, but it's certainly not precedent setting, because of the fact that every case is judged on its own merit. And depending on the height of the house, the height of the deck, as Commissioner Leonetti mentioned, we've got to take those factors into account too. I would certainly like to go back and revisit that variance, and see if the factors were equal, because I'm not saying no here, but I think we certainly need more information to gather than, just going by what we're talking about this evening. I mean, again, I certainly sympathize and empathize with your clients. I understand why they would want it. I understand people don't necessarily want to give up a bedroom, but at the same time, there is a balancing test here that we need to look at. And, I think certainly the board, as you know, is always fair, and we'll weigh the factors of the case. And basically, we definitely need some more information. I mean, Commissioner Leonetti raised a couple of good points. Commissioner, you're in the mindset, it seems like you want to see more about that other variance, since you and I, to be specific, were on the board in 2006. I'd like to see what we voted on in 2006 as well,
And I will absolutely supplement the record with the height
Okay.
of the deck at 538 Walnut, with whatever pictures I can come up with without getting myself into too much trouble there. And I will provide a picture of a street view of the property between these two homes.
Because you said there were two now, right? There was the one that we granted by variance in 2006.
That's the
and
only one.
No, okay. So that one that you referenced before is the same house, right?
That's the same.
one and the
Right.
same.
I gave the address and then I gave the case
Okay.
number.
All right. I wasn't sure for a second. I thought there was a third place that was in between. All right. So now,
I probably confused it, so I will go mea culpa on that.
okay, it's all right. I mean, now basically, is there anybody else on the board that wants to ask any questions? And I'll proceed to have anyone speak for or against it. I'm assuming your applicant might want to speak, or no?
If they feel the need
Okay.
to
all right.
add something that I
no,
missed.
because we understand they're in favor of it and why, and we know the reason. It would probably do more good to just get a little bit of documentation to enhance the record a little bit, so we could just look at a few more facts, and and then we could go forward from that. I mean, is there anybody else who wants to speak in favor, Robin, that's clicking on, or anybody who wants to speak against clicking on?
We have Dennis Kelly and Anna Akovich.
She was the neighbor next door, correct?
Right.
From last month. All right. Well, all right. Who are you going to put on first?
Well, I just added those two their hands. So Dennis, if you want to speak.
Yeah,
Good
go ahead.
evening.
Dennis. Just
Hi.
give your name and address, and we'll hear this.
Dennis Kelly, 120 West Park Avenue, Suite 311, Long Beach, New York, 11565. On behalf of the next door neighbor, we appeared at the last hearing, Anna Makarevich, who's at 414 East Walnut. Just a couple of quick points. I don't want to belabor the points that we made before, but I will tell you that I did, just before the meeting, Mr. Chairman, email to Mrs. Lynch 2 photos of 537 East Walnut. If you don't have them, obviously I expect that Mrs. Lynch will forward them on to each of you. And what's significant about 537 West Fulton, East Fulton, as far as I'm concerned, are two things. One of which is the structures of the homes themselves are very far apart. If you compare the photos that I just sent you of 537 East Fulton and the homes involved between 420 and 414 East, East Walnut. I have so many cases out today. I'm in different neighborhoods in my brain. Are quite far apart. So there's a distinct difference. The second thing that's interesting, if you look at the photos, and I guess maybe Mr. Cohen can address this, it looks like the catwalk actually tapers closer to the house. In other words, it seems like it may be 3.5 feet, and I'm looking at a photo, of course, where the door would open up, but then as it proceeds south along the west side of the house, it becomes far more narrow, much like what you would expect of a catwalk. I'll say that this, as we see in 537 East Walnut, is an aberration. It's if you walk through that neighborhood, you're not seeing these. So I'm going to say that it's not in character with the neighborhood. I'll also maintain, and so will Miss Makarevich, that this is detrimental to her property. I submitted 8 photographs the last hearing, 3 of which you can see that you can stand on that catwalk and look straight into 3 different windows in her property. If you compare that to 537 East Walnut, it looks like that catwalk doesn't look into any windows whatsoever. And not only that, as I mentioned before, it's much further away. There is an alternative, and I think you mentioned it in the last hearing, Mr. Chairman, and that is do a staircase, which my client wouldn't object to, right? Put the doorway where you're proposing to put the doorway now, with a platform as you would with any staircase, and then a staircase leading to the back of the house.
Yeah, that's something I had considered myself in my own house. And the thing
Right.
is, that's much less intrusive.
Right.
And also the thing is that basically, many of these homes, especially the 2-family homes like my own, you're upstairs on that 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. If there's a fire, you got no way of getting out of that house other than jumping out a window from the 2nd floor. So some of these homes really should have a 2nd floor egress. But my question to you is, there's a lot of a difference between a landing and a staircase going down by the, by the door than bringing it back 20, 30 feet along the side of the house. That's the concern, I think, your client has. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct. So she doesn't, and I'll let her speak in a moment, but she doesn't have an objection to that. This is also substantial. This is a substantial variance. I mean, it's and because it's unusual. And the last thing is, it is a self-created hardship, and that's because it was done without a permit. Oh, and by the way, I'm pretty confident, having driven behind the house, obviously wasn't on the property, that there's clear access to the deck from the backyard. So, I know it might be a drag to walk down the stairs with your supper or your cocktails or whatever you're bringing into the backyard, but you can get down the stairs and get back up the stairs at the deck. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I have nothing else to.
No, I mean, I certainly understand, in empathy, I certainly understand why somebody would do what they did, because there definitely is let's put it this way, the desire probably for more people that have, that type of need. The question is that could it have been accommodated a little bit better? I mean, we try to be very understanding. We don't have usually people ripping things down. But the thing is that we would definitely like to consider what we voted on in 2006 in comparison to this. I mean, it's definitely something that is going to require some more, thought, let's say, and some more basically maybe going down, not on anybody's property, although, it's going to it's going to need another look-see after this. Any other members of the board have any questions for Mr. Kelly? No. All right, Mr. Kelly, you said your client or Robin, Mrs. Makovich wanted to speak?
Yes.
There she is. Speak up if you
I'm
can.
going to put her on. Robin, do you want to put Mrs. Makovich on again? Just give us your name and address again, Mrs. Makovich, for the record.
Yes, good evening, Mr.
Good
Chairman
evening.
and members of the board. My name is Anna Makarevich. I'm at 414 East Walnut Street. I'm an immediate neighbor that affected by this construction. I did I did participate last time and
Yes, I remember.
objected to that construction. I don't want to take much of your time. I just want to state my main reason why I object and give you my other observations that I acquired since that time. So I guess it stays the same that a distance between our two properties, it's too close together. It is not up to code. It is very intrusive to the whole length of the house, and all windows are active windows. There is no planters, and you can see from the pictures that I provided before, and the other window that is my office window. The main concern, it will bring the noise and constant traffic. I can see feet walking from my first floor. For the second floor, they basically can see my bedroom and my bathroom. So if taking a height of this deck, which is higher than my fence, and then person is standing, there is a noise and a traffic.
Okay.
It is seeing, again, my whole backyard, killing the privacy and value of the house. There is space between the trees, and unfortunately, I had a problem with the trees and two of them leaning too far down, and I had trimmed them before the winter, so the space even bigger. I don't know what will happen to those trees, but anyway, it is my trees, so he's not preventing me doing the deck on his side anyhow. Even standing on that deck and speaking with people on the phone or people then being visiting them, it is too much noise. The sound travels completely different than it's from the back. On the back, they do have top entrance and bottom entrance, so there is no real need or necessity of that side deck. And just a luxury to serve the parties, that is not really a necessity. I feel that it's a young family that likes to entertain, but I don't think it's necessary. I will be okay with landing and staircase down if they choose to do so. I did, in fairness, around the neighborhood, and yeah, I think it's comparable 12 blocks distance. I walk between Monroe and Walnut and Penn. The only, I did not see many observation even with the second floor staircase. There are first floor that is more common in the neighborhood. I guess people are conscious about the neighbors and not intrusive and doing it first floor and maybe stairs to the second inside the house. I don't know, that is my observation. The only one house that I did find and notice, the one that was talked about just before.
Right.
And I presented those pictures, I took those pictures. The distance between houses much larger. The houses windows completely on different level. There is no intrusivity. The distance between the fence is much larger, and you can see on those pictures. And the other house also has the side entrance from the first floor, so maybe it was some negotiation. It's up to you to review that case and see what is true, what is not. But I do not feel that it was fair statements that Mr. Cohen presented, and it is very intrusive to.
All right, thank you. Question, I just have one last question. There was a statement or there was a question about two of the windows. One of them is a frosted window or no? It's,
No,
do you have any window treatments on those windows with any shades or blinds?
None. Blinds open, close, but it's my office. So that will be intruding my daily work. I work from home. I work remotely.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Anybody else?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Go
Joyce
ahead.
Namoga.
Name and address, please.
I live at 415 East Olive Street.
All right,
My yard and Patrick,
Need your-
they're back.
State your name.
They're
Ma'am,
back.
state your name.
Your name and address.
Oh,
please.
it's Joyce Nemoga, Nemoga. My address is 415 East Olive Street. So our backyards are basically touch each other. And I really am very saddened by this whole thing because Patrick and Tamara are two of the most wonderful people I could ever meet. They're kind, they're generous, they're respectful, they're quiet. They have 2 children. I have never heard one of them even cry. I've never heard them argue. They don't have parties. And Mrs. Anna, who lives right behind us also, has pool parties every summer. You hear music going loud. There's bug zappers are on. They're dancing, they're swimming, and they're complaining about Patrick and Tamara making noise. The only company I see Patrick and Tamara have are other families, other people their ages with young children. They have 3 children. Patrick is from Long Beach. His wife is a teacher in Long Beach. They are struggling and working very hard to stay here and make this a good home for their children. So they have 3 bedrooms, and I'm sure they're not really very large. They have 2 children to bring up. They don't party and they don't make a lot of noise. Okay, so maybe for somebody else, it's not difficult to bring the food from the kitchen on the 2nd floor down to the deck or wherever, the backyard. But these are people that have 2 children. And all I could say is I really feel sad for them because this woman, Miss Anna, must be a very unhappy person and she must be wanting to make other people the same way. So I'm just telling you, I don't even understand what she's talking about when she said there's traffic back and forth. I guess they may, it's a wrong decision, but they're trying to rectify that now. And the backyard that Miss Anna lives in is so overgrown with trees. I don't see how anybody could see into it, to be honest with you. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Mr. Chairman, Corey Rosenbaum, may I speak?
Definitely, Mr. Rosenbaum. How are you? Name and address, please.
Corey Rosenbaum, 401 East Olive, here in beautiful downtown Long Beach, New York. We're on the corner house. We're neighbors with Joyce and diagonally across from both the applicant and the opposition. And if you look at the totality, those trees are not just trees. They're dense shrubbery. It's impossible to see through them. The window is frosted. The neighbors are absolutely wonderful. They're quiet. And the opposition with her swimming pool and overgrown yard. And Joyce was actually very kind because that pool gets drained onto Joyce's property and she neglected to mention that.
Well, I was going to ask if the pool has a permit actually as well. We didn't ever talk about that. If the pool is legal even.
So it might be one of those, people in glass houses shouldn't cast stones, but to the facts of this case, the totality, you can't see through the trees. It's more shrubbery than trees. They're incredibly dense.
Yeah.
The windows are frosted. There are windows on the applicant's house anyway along that side of the house. And I beg to differ with Mr. Kelly, who I also know for many years here in town, that the 6 inches is insignificant. We're in the neighborhood. The houses have plenty of space. And to force a struggling new teacher and her husband, who are also suffering the ill effects of this pandemic, to remove construction, it just would not be fair. I don't think that would be the type of city that we all have grown to love. So in the totality of the circumstances here, it's a quiet neighbor. There are no parties except the pool parties that Joyce discussed by the opposition. The trees are dense, the windows are frosted, and the house has windows there anyway. So I think it'd be terribly unfair for the city to require them to do any more construction because there's no imposition upon anybody.
And if I may interject, this
Yes,
is,
please, give us your name and address, Mrs. Rosenbaum, or?
yep, Mrs. Rosenbaum, 401 East Olive. I think when the board considers making a change to the deck and making a staircase that goes down, I think that when you listen to the opposition say that she's concerned about foot traffic, then a staircase going down alongside is only going to exacerbate the foot traffic. I don't see that as a viable solution whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you for your point. Anything else, Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, doctor, it was great seeing you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Namoga, did you want, I see you popped up again.
No.
Your testimony was finished, right?
Yeah, I wanted to thank Corey for mentioning that the pool empties into our backyard.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
All right, we understand. Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. Thank you, Ms. Namoga. And thank you, Mrs. Rosenbaum. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Yes, I would like to address the group.
Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
My name is Leon and my wife Elizabeth Lebowitz. We live at 421 East Walnut Street. We're
Okay.
directly opposite the Summers house. And I've lived on this block for almost 33 years. Been affiliated with Long Beach since 1955. Patrick and Tamara moved in about 7 years ago. They were the most delightful people we ever met. Being on this block for 33 years, they are the nicest and most giving neighbors we have ever met on this block. I would piggyback on to what Ms. Namoga said and what the folks at 401 East Olive said. I had wondered what happened to the pool drainage. The previous owner had always drained the pool onto Walnut Street and flooded the block. I can only imagine what's happening at 401 East Olive if they're draining that once a year. The deck, as has been said, is as narrow as it gets. The Summers have 2 adults and 2 very small children. I don't see any foot traffic. When Patrick said that he's trying to make it easy to traverse from the front of the house to the back deck, that's true, because if the bedrooms are in the back, as we all know they are, they would have to go through one of the children's rooms to get at it. And I'm sure they're trying to avoid that. I don't get the impression from Patrick that they want to use the side deck as a deck per se, but only a means of traversing to the rear. So I can't say enough about what we do in Long Beach, what we feel about this town, but they have contributed to the neighborhood without making a sound, In the summers, well, their names are summer, but in the summer, when we have block parties, which we used to have years ago, and Patrick was here for them, he was always an active participant, you never heard a peep from that house. And when the children born, they're just delightful children from a delightful family that don't make noise. If I were to get started at their neighbors, all right, who have a motorcycle, who are doing construction, who are doing all kinds of banging at all kinds of hours, we don't say much because it's a good block. The neighbors are decent, all right? But as was said earlier, people who live in glass houses, I'm not sure what's going on in that house, but I do know who lived there before, right? And I know the construct of the house. I can't say enough about the Summers. And I would think that without going on, interminably, that we should go along with it once you find more information.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And yes, we certainly will. Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else, Robin?
Yes, I just want to report back.
Hi, am I afforded the opportunity to speak? This is
Yeah, go ahead. What's your name?
Sure. My name is Patrick Summers. This is my wife, Tamara.
Oh, okay. You guys are gonna speak in favor, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
just want to,
Go ahead.
for the record, we're the residents at 420 East Walnut. I just want to open by, expressing our apologies about kind of going about this in a backwards manner. It was never our intention. As our attorney, Mr. Cohen, has alluded to, ignorance is not an excuse, but we still want to express our, apologies.
You don't have to. We understand.
Okay. Just want to make it very clear. Yes, we've lived here for 7 years. We have two small children, 3.5 years old and 10 months old. The bedrooms are in the back of the house. What we're trying to do is avoid going through our 10-month-old son's bedroom to access our backyard and back deck. We live in as Mr. Cohen mentioned, a high line, wide, 2-family ranch style house. So, we don't have a downstairs access our backyard without going downstairs to the front of our house, past our tenant's private entrance on the side of our house. So our only avenue of access in the backyard currently is through our 10-month-old son's room, which we're trying to avoid. The genesis of this was the house at 538 East Walnut. 537 East Walnut. I believe it's 538 East Walnut. That the board did grant a variance for. So that's kind of our head was at in terms of making this decision to construct this. Further, to our neighbor, Ms. Makarich, there are two windows there. There is one planter window. It's a kitchen bay planter window. I looked at it this afternoon. There's plants in there. I can't see through it right now. Further, there's three windows on our second floor where we live, because we don't live downstairs, that are already there on the side of the house. I can't see past these shrubs. All we're trying to do is create a catwalk to get
All right,
to.
my question to you, Mr. Summers, is that something that was alluded to before was that there are a number of windows on your house as is, right? Correct? Those
sir.
windows approximate the same level as the catwalk approximates. So what I'm asking you is, if you were looking out your windows, you would essentially have the same view as you have from walking along the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so even if there were no catwalk, you could basically see into those same windows, the same, you're saying?
Correct.
All right, I understand.
Yeah,
Okay,
we don't
thank you
really
very
look
much.
at the windows.
We don't look in the windows ever. They're just there. They're there
Okay,
in line of sunlight. So
all right, thank you very much. Robin, is there anyone else that wanted to speak?
No new attendees, no.
Yes.
All right, well, then this case will certainly remain open until voting. Thank you very much to all the people who participated in this case hearing. All right, let's move on to the next case, please.
Thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care, Dennis.
Bye, Scott. Good to see you.
Good to be seen.
Case number 3196, application of James Saluzzi of 99 Michigan Street. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back in DiStefano, sorry. Case number 3182, application of Alfred DiStefano of 80 Park Avenue, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following section, the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 13-82A, pool location, 13D2D, pool location, 9, fence installation at the front yard at 801 East Park Avenue, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 82, lots 1 through 5, Highland tax map.
Can the applicants come up, please?
Yep, hold on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good to be heard. I apologize for that delay before, but thank you for coming back to me.
I just have to ask Robin and the other applicants, is there a lag right now in the internet, or is it just my own? Because it sounds like a lot of the audio is distorted. I don't know if it's my router or if it's just basically the way this is working right now. The other people have any problems with the audio a little bit?
Robin was the speed of her voice was going up and down. I did.
Yeah,
hear
okay.
that.
All right.
Okay.
I think if everybody turns off their audio and video while they're not, being heard or listened to, it helps a little bit.
I agree. That's true. Mute unless you're speaking.
Rocco, you're muted.
Yeah, Rocco, you're on mute.
I'm going to shut my video for a while to save some bandwidth on this, because I think this is part of the problem. I guess you can hear me better. All right, Mr. DiStefano. So now you are coming to us for the pool. We need to talk about the dimensions of the pool again.
Correct. Did you get the drawings from the architect today?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Did you have specific questions, or where do you want to start?
Well, let's just review the design of the pool. The pool is going on the side. And your name and address, please, just first for the
Sure.
record.
Alfred DeStefano, 400 Pacific Boulevard, Long Beach.
Okay. So the pool now is going on the side of the house on the Pacific side, or is it going to the rear of the house that would approximate Chester?
The only location, again, that PSEG will allow the pool to go is where you see there, on Pacific Boulevard, taking over my driveway.
Okay. How far is the pool from the fence line, from the property line?
From the property line on Pacific,
Yeah.
it is 1 foot from the property line, but 7 foot from the curb.
Okay. And how far back does it extend onto the
Back
property?
towards North Chester or back towards going
Towards
east?
Chester. Towards Chester.
Chester. So there'll be 18 feet between the pool's edge and the property line.
Okay. And then what about on its southern extent?
So it says 49 feet from I'm sorry, 51 feet from Park Avenue.
Okay. And what was the dimension of the pool again?
Is now 14 by 33 instead of 16 by 33.
Okay. All right. Has anything changed other than that since the last time we were discussing this pool, the case?
No, I just tried to provide a better drawing at the last meeting so you guys can understand better what I was looking to propose.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about this? No questions from the board? Anyone want to speak in favor or against?
There is nobody, no.
Go ahead.
No hands raised. No, there are no hands raised.
All right. So at this point then, unless anybody wants to make a motion, the case will remain open till vote. Next meeting.
No motion?
All right. No motion.
I'd like to
Hello?
make a motion to grant.
Okay.
Okay, case number 3182, application of Alfred DeStefano of 801 East Park Avenue, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 13-82A, pool location, 13-82D, pool location, 9-106.17, general provisions, for a pool and fence installation in the front yard at 801 East Park Avenue, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 82, lots 1 through 5, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Commissioner Acevedo has introduced a motion to grant the application. Who will second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Brooks has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton? You're muted, Barry.
I'm sorry. I was for a reason. I had to go to the restroom. Excuse me.
So we have two votes to grant, and it's up to you now, Barry.
Oh, for what, 801?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've reviewed that. I grant that.
Commissioner Creighton?
Grant.
Commissioner Acevedo?
Grant.
Commissioner Brooks? Commissioner Leonetti?
Grant.
Chairman Morelli?
Grant.
This application has been granted.
And I appreciate that, but I see a neighbor is on there. Did they want to speak in? I don't know if they had something to ask you guys.
I thought there wasn't anybody that was, I just saw that it popped up. It said something about, I'm Al's next door neighbor and we support his plan. Vincent Alessi. I just saw that. Do you want to, Robin, do you want to unmute him? Well, actually, now at this point,
I was gonna say, does it matter? We already
voted for it. And you already had said that he's the next door neighbor and he supports the plan. I didn't see anybody against.
Right.
Just going forward, if you want to speak, you have to use the raise hand feature.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So the case was, the variance was granted.
Okay, so the next step I would follow up with the building department.
Correct.
All right, great. Anything else at this point?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Next case.
Thank you.
Case
welcome.
number 3196, application of James Saluzzi of 99 Michigan Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.5C front yard, 9-113.2G off-street parking, 9-113.2H off-street parking size for a new front yard deck and off-street parking in 99 Michigan Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 58, block 98, lot 30, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map.
Okay, good evening. So, the applicant's present?
Yes, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay,
Unmute. There we go.
all right.
James, is there anybody else you want to speak? Is there anybody else with you or?
No.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rocco.
Just having a little problem here. Go ahead. The applicant want to start the presentation, please?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I wasn't sure really what to present, what the issues were with the variance. So I'm not really sure. I didn't have anything prepared.
Start, Tom, hold on. Why don't we start by discussing the case?
Okay.
Let us know name and address, please, first of all, for the record.
James Saluzzi, 99 Michigan Street.
Okay, let's discuss now your proposal. This is not built yet. Am I correct?
You are correct, yes.
All right. And you're building a deck. What's the dimension of the deck?
It is 18 by 10.
Okay, and where is it? In the rear of your house?
In the front of the house, on the street side.
Okay. Now, are the posts on this deck cantilevered?
No, they will be flush up against, I guess it would be my property line.
Okay. So now basically, the deck exits what room of the home?
That would be the front of my home, which would be, I guess, like you consider it the living room.
Okay. And basically, the variance is, how far is this now from the property line again?
How far would the posts be, or how far would the entrance is the
How
entrance?
far would the end of the deck be?
The end of the deck would go right up to the property line, to the front of the, like where the sidewalk would be.
And just to be clear, the posts are cantilevered, how far off the front of the deck?
I believe they would be flush with the front of the deck, like it would go right up to the front of the property line.
Okay, so why wouldn't you cantilever a little bit of the deck the way most of the other decks are constructed? Is there a reason for that?
I mean, I guess we could. I see houses, like right across the street from me that I'm looking at right now that are not cantilevered and they're built right up against the sidewalk that way. So that's how we wanted it built.
The plan, Rocco, the plans show that there's a slight cantilever, and this is also a house raise as well.
Okay.
It's not a house raise.
It's
It's
not?
not a house raise.
No,
It's
no.
not a house raise.
It's an elevated deck, but it's not a house raise.
Okay, I see.
How high up is the deck?
7 foot. Let me look where the elevation is. I think it was 7 foot, a little over 7 foot. I think it was 7'8".
So Rocco, can I just say one thing real quick, just because I'm
Yeah,
not
please,
sure.
go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm not sure that the applicant knows, but typically if there's a deck in this situation, we would approve fairly easily a deck that goes 1 foot off the property line with the post 3 foot back off the property line. So if that's something that you would consider, it may make this process a lot easier.
Exactly. I was going to say the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If it would make the process go easier, sure. I
think if you resubmit the plans with the deck ending 1 foot before the property line and the support post being 3 foot back from the property line, it's something that we usually not grant as of right, but grant as of a matter of custom.
Right, it's very typical of most of the decks we do. I would like to point out the way the stairs are laid out on this. He's getting access to the deck without going into the side yard. And some of our other applicants might want to take note of.
Yeah, that definitely minimizes the impact of when we're looking at that, That's a very good point, Commissioner Leonetti. And so, let that be noted in the record, because there are things that sometimes we pick up from various other concepts that, we can keep in mind too when we're hearing other cases, because it's always a good thing when the applicants try to minimize the impact to their neighbors.
Sure, yeah, we try to be as, the least intrusive as possible as it comes to when, we
Yeah.
just wanted to add this front deck and get it on as soon as possible. I have a 1.5-year-old and, we're trying to add as much space as you can imagine as we can get because he's running around my house creating destruction.
I think if you were willing to take that, to amend the drawings to do those two things, I think it would be something that we definitely consider. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I think that would make a difference for me on the deck.
Yeah.
You still have a 9-foot deck because you're going 10-foot 10. You'd still be in good shape there.
Yeah.
And it would be something that we have typically approved throughout most of the West End.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, what is the issue with it being that far? Like, do you not want it intruding on the potential sidewalk? Is that why it doesn't need to be that far forward? With the
What
post?
happened? What happened was that some of the earlier houses, which you're comparing yourself to, they were probably done in the very beginning after Sandy, when there was just a lot of high-speed projects, and this wasn't really thought out. But at the end of the day, it's just a nicer, more gracious feeling on the street if the deck's just set back a little bit from the sidewalk, and the posts especially even a little more. It's just about it being a nice walking residential neighborhood, and that's the feel we're looking to draw the line at.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so posts 3 foot off the property line and the deck being 1 foot off the property line.
Correct.
Do we want to consider, if we are going to approve it, possibly going grant with conditions here, or?
I would grant with
I'm
those.
okay with that.
I mean, let's listen.
I don't see why we can't grant it with conditions, because basically there's really no point in belaboring and having to wait another month on this.
And you want to get it done for the summer. So.
Yeah, I
All right,
appreciate
so
that
I
very
mean, if
much,
there's
yes.
no one else in opposition or anyone else that wants to speak, is there Robin that wants to be heard
Well-
on this case?
Well, do we still have to discuss the off-street parking size?
Well, let's revisit that. What is the size of the off-street parking, sir, that's by the deck?
So between the two posts is 16'7" and then 10 feet to the front of my dwelling.
So would you be parking sideways, I guess, under the deck?
It would be either on a angle. We wouldn't park sideways, and my car personally is too big to fit. I would end up sticking out on the sidewalk, but my wife has a smart car that is small enough to fit head on underneath, like to the right side of the stairs.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Crate?
Yes, yep.
All right. Is there anyone else that has any questions, or anyone from the audience who would like to be heard again?
There are hands raised.
No hands? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant as amended by our discussion with 1 foot off the property line, 3 foot support posts off the property line.
I would second that motion.
Okay. Case number 3196, application of James Saluzzi of 99 Michigan Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance on the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.5C front yard, 9-113.2G off-street parking, 9-113.2H off-street parking size for new front yard deck and off-street parking at 99 Michigan Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 58, Block 98, Lot 30 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Commissioner Creighton has introduced a motion to grant the application as amended. Chairman Morelli has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton?
Unmute, Barry. You're
Thank you.
muted.
Grant is amended.
Commissioner Creighton?
Grant is amended.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Grant as amended.
Commissioner Brooks?
Wanda, you have to just unmute.
Oops, grant as amended.
Commissioner
Thank
Leonetti?
I think we wanted to say grant with the conditions that was stated by, who was it, Steve, who made the motion?
Dan.
Dan, I think it was a grant with conditions.
I agree. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Morelli?
Grant with conditions.
Yeah, a grant with conditions.
This application has been granted with conditions stated on the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome.
Case number 3197, application of Dana Rizzo of 21 Kirkwood Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-113.28 off-street parking, curb cut size, 9-113.2G off-street parking, 9-113.2H off-street parking size, to maintain new off-street parking in the front yard at 21 Kirkwood Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 222, Lot 42, on the Nassau County tax map.
Okay, yeah, good evening. The applicant present, Ms. Rizzo.
Yep, Dana Rizzo, 21 Kirkwood Street.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, good, how are you?
So, okay, so give us a little bit about the
Well,
situation with this
during
parking.
construction, everything just went terribly wrong. My intent, this is after the fact, I apologize, was to do the full length. But because the door, I have a glass door that ended up where the fence would have been behind it, and I live alone, you would have seen me through the driveway through the glass door. I moved the fence, it was either 1 foot back or 1 foot up, so I went 1 foot up so that my glass door was in my backyard. So that's why I'm short 2 feet. I'm looking at what the law says. And then the width, I intended to be shorter, but a helical pile ended up in the way. I sent pictures and that's where that little indent is. So I had to go over another foot. And I spoke to my neighbors actually as it was happening. I thought that the contractors did the 25-foot max because I knew that was the law. Apparently it's 26 feet. But I left enough room for my neighbor's car. We measured. All my neighbors seemed to be fine with it. They all wrote letters saying it was okay. The spot that's left was never more than 2 cars anyway, so I didn't take away a spot. It's just shorter than it used to be. That's it. I was just looking for approval for, unfortunately, what already exists.
Okay. All right, well, we understand. Now, the question is basically the actual spot itself. Well, just one question, first of all, that I have to ask. You're on the no parking side or the parking side?
I'm on the parking side.
Okay, so the question that I have for you is that basically you're kind of shifting over the parking space, but not creating like a second space that's going to impact it more. Am I correct or not in looking at the
I
drawing?
didn't take any space away from the street, but I gave myself enough space that I used to get tickets when I parked in my driveway because the car would hang over the sidewalk a little bit.
Okay.
So I had grass next to it. So I made the parking pad so that I can pull all the way in, which I do sort of on a weird angle now because I left that spot, just so that I don't hang over into the street.
Okay, so the question now, the other question that becomes is this, is that you're not increasing any kind of curb cut size or anything like that that's now existing and not taking anything away from your neighbors, right?
No, I have 5 neighbors signed letters. That car that's in the photos is Brian Higgins across the street. Everyone has parking. No one has complained. Everybody's happy. It's just so that I can park and not get a ticket.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions from the board? Does anybody want to speak in favor or against?
No hands raised.
Move to grant. If there's no other comments, then I'll move to grant.
Case number 3197, application of Dana Rizzo of 21 Kirkwood Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-113.28 off-street parking, curb cut size, 9-113.2G off-street parking, 9-113.2H off-street parking size, to maintain new off-street parking in the front yard at 21 Kirkwood Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 222, Lot 42, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Chairman Morelli is introducing a motion to grant the application. Who will second?
I'll
second. Okay, sorry.
Commissioner Alton has seconded the motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alton,
Grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Grant.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Grant.
Chairman Morelli.
Grant.
Application has been granted.
Thank you, everyone. What do I do next? I go to City Hall?
Yeah, now, you'd go to the building department and then they'll direct you because the findings have to be issued, that then you have to go and get the permits,
I can
but
get my CMO. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
you're welcome. Good luck.
Thanks.
Case number 3198, application of James Faria of 612 West Market Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following section of the zoning code of ordinance, of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-113.2H off-street parking size for new off-street parking in the west side yard at 612 West Market Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 11, lot 172, on the Nassau County Land and Tax map.
Good evening.
Hi, good
to the
evening.
applicant.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, Robin.
Okay.
Okay.
Barbara, is there anybody else that will be speaking with you, or you're on your own?
No, I'm on my own.
Okay, so tell us why you're here.
I'm here because asking for permission for an off-street parking variance. I applied for a permit for a covered patio in my yard. And the project started out like all the projects, and it becomes something else. But we're spending more time at home, and I wanted to build this patio. So we wanted to move the all of our lawnmower and gasoline powered equipment and tools and all the things that we had stored in the whole garage into one section. So we have a wall with shelving and everything is built so that everything is in the front of the garage, like the pictures depict. We never used our garage as for parking. We could never get into our garage. You would have to make a left and then a right if you go around if you look at the pictures of the driveway. We always park in the driveway. It's characteristic of the block. No one can get into their garages the way they're set back and to the side slightly. So I'm here today asking permission for a variance for an off-street parking.
Now, question that I have is, when you enter this new parking spot, do you go straight in? You have to go at an angle, you said, right?
No, you would have to, if you look at the pictures, the end of the house is the middle of the garage opening. So you would have to have a smart car, as I heard someone mentioned earlier. Otherwise you would never be able to get in and make the turn, and then you'd have to make another turn to go into the garage. We've never put a car, we've always used it. It's, beach chairs and gardening supplies and tools, and everything was just gasoline on top of beach chairs. And so it just made it more practical to separate and make it into a more functional space. We have a very long driveway. We park our cars in our driveway. Our neighbors, we have a great relationship with all of our neighbors, and we all do the same thing. We use our garages for storage, or not even able to get into the garage. I've never in the 12 years that we've owned the house ever put a car in the garage. Or I have an
Okay,
SUV. You couldn't
Going
even.
into this new parking spot, you would
I'm sorry?
basically be going straighter into the spot
No, you can't go straight in. You would have to turn
at that angle.
at that angle. Yes. Yes.
How
sir.
far would the back of the car be from the property lines?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. How far would I
Like,
think
in
it's,
other words, when you pull into that parking spot, is the car infringing on, near the curb? What's the length of the parking spot again?
no, my driveway is probably 80 feet long.
Okay.
So I can easily fit 3 to 4 vehicles in my driveway.
Yeah, it's almost like an existing condition, the way I see.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
The survey shows a garage in the backyard.
Right.
And the access happens to be the 7'6" driveway. So it's whether they park inside the garage or not, I think doesn't really matter. Nobody actually parks in the garage. They park in the
I see.
driveway.
Is there anybody else that has anything to add from the board? Any questions?
I have no questions, but I'd add to what Mike said. It's really a pre-existing non-conforming almost.
Okay. Robin, is there anyone who want to speak against or for?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. In that case, I would move to grant.
I'll second.
Case number 3198, application of James Faria of 612 West Market Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance on the following section of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-113.2H off-street parking size, off-street parking in the west side yard at 612 West Market Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 11, lot 172, on the Nassau County Land Tax Map. Commissioner Morelli has introduced a motion to grant the application. Commissioner Leonetti has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
Grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Grant.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant.
Leonetti,
Grant.
Chairman Morelli.
Grant.
This application has been granted.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Thank you. Stay safe. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I don't know how
Case
to-
number 3072, application of Lehman Lee of 312 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105A use, 9-105H density, 9-1121 off-street parking, for a renewal of a conditional temporary variance for maintaining a second kitchen in a single-family dwelling at 312 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 51, lot 174, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map.
Good evening. The applicants are present.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Lee.
Hello, Chairman.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Lee, I'm just curious, did you ever come before the board for this? Not for the same thing, right? This is the
Yes.
first time? Okay.
Just need your name and address for the record.
312 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
yes, this is the second application we are applying for. The
Okay.
first one was 2019.
And so I'm just going to sign off to say set my video to save bandwidth. So, Mr. Lee, tell me basically what's the difference between the two applications?
Neither. We were denied two-family.
Okay.
So we're just applying for the second kitchen, which was.
As a temporary conditional variance, because just refresh my memory, the first time around, you were denied because you were seeking it as a variance?
Seeking it as a two-family.
Okay, I see. Now, what is the reason that you need to maintain a second kitchen at this point then?
Well, when we purchased this house, that was the reason why we bought it, mother-daughter. My mother lived downstairs. We ran Suey Szechuan for numerous years.
Yes, yes.
As she got old, she stayed down there because she couldn't walk up the steps. So we liked this house and we bought it because of that. And when we had it lifted, for some reason, it was an issue.
Okay. So, Mr. Lee, then your mom is still not, your mom is not there anymore?
Sadly, she passed away Valentine's Day 2018.
I'm really sorry. Did she work in the restaurant? I'm just curious because I think I remember your
Yes,
mom
she
many
was
years
in the
ago.
back cutting the vegetables and
Yeah,
ordering
yeah.
all around.
Well, okay, so let's just recap this a little bit because you wanted to make it as two-family. This is a little bit different circumstance. So now you wanted a two-family home. Your mom was living there. The board didn't grant it. They denied the application for the kitchen. So now that the kitchen still remained all that time, or did you have to remove it? What happened then after that?
As of 2019, when I believe Kenny Apple was our attorney, and they granted us the second kitchen under certain conditions that we own the house. And it's a temporary variance. Also, that it remains a single dwelling. And it was maintained as a one-family use only.
Okay, so that was granted, and did anything change subsequently to that, Mr. Lee? In other words, the use of the house is still the same?
Everything is the same, nothing has changed.
Okay. Do any members of the board have any questions?
I do. So how are you planning on using this second kitchen or whatever? This is going to be used as a second unit, or is it going to be just a second kitchen in your house?
No, my daughter lives downstairs with my granddaughter.
Okay, so it's still, you're not looking for a two-family, you're just looking for a conditional variance while your family is in the situation.
Well, we
But it's
would
actually
like
looking
it.
for a renewal. You're looking for a renewal of the variance, right, Mr. Lee? I mean, of the temporary conditional variance. Mr. Lee already has a temporary conditional variance, correct?
Correct.
But it was granted
Yeah.
on a hardship variance, right? Because of your mother's condition, right?
No, it was granted because, no, my mom passed in 2018. This was granted in 2019.
Okay,
So we have to renew it every 2 years.
okay. But it would
Okay.
remain a
Another member
single,
would have a
single
question.
unit.
But the reason why I'm stating that we purchased this house due to that when she was alive, and when we had the house raised, it became an issue. So we're not going for the two family. We just want to keep it as is.
Okay,
There were no upgrades or anything. It was just as is. Now my daughter lives there with my granddaughter. I live upstairs. We're all the same family.
gotcha.
Anyone else? Robin, anybody want to speak?
No, there are no hands raised.
All right, I'm going to move to renew the temporary conditional variance for another period of 2 years.
Case number 3072, application of Lehman Lee of 312 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.a use, 9-105.h density, 9-1121 off-street parking, for renewal of a conditional temporary variance for maintaining a second kitchen in a single-family dwelling at 312 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 51, Lot 174 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Chairman Morelli has introduced this motion to grant the application. Who will second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Brooks has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
I'll grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
I'll grant as well.
Commissioner Acevedo.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you just read what the variance is for, and the first part of it, 9-105A, is for use. When you look at the denial letter, the use reads, the code permits a one-family house in the Residence A district. You are proposing to convert an existing one-family house into a two-family house. But that's not what we're doing here, correct?
No, that was the original denial. We denied him a two-family house, and then he was granted. a
Oh, yeah, you've got the
temporary
case from 2 years
variance
ago.
to
Yeah. Mhm.
Remain as
Right.
one family.
But it's part of the application now. If we, the way I see it, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Interesting.
but if we vote to grant this entire application, we're granting that one family house can turn into a two-family house. The parts, the next two parts, I believe, are the variance that he currently has that need to be renewed. If we flat out approve this entire application, we're allowing him to turn his single-family house into a two-family house.
That's a good call. I'm reading this right now. I think you're correct. They just duplicated the record from 2 years ago.
But aren't we voting on granting a temporary conditional variance? Doesn't that supersede what he's requesting? That supersedes what Mr. Barrios, maybe council can weigh in on this.
Right.
Because I
Well-
understand what the point is that Mr. Acevedo has raised, but the thing is, as the vote goes, because many times cases are brought before us where people are asking for a variance for a two-family, and at the same hearing, when we vote, we end up voting for a temporary conditional variance. That supersedes what they came in asking for.
Yeah, and item
That's
D of
correct.
the conditions, item D of the conditions is maintaining a one-family use. If you
Yes.
see item D.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
This way it can be limited to your daughter's use as opposed to just being rented out.
Yeah, Steve, it says item D in it. This is a conditional temporary variance be conditioned on maintaining a one-family use only.
Okay, so maybe you guys are getting bogged down in the details of the actual wording. The reason that that original language is in there is because that was the basis for which he was originally denied. When you read further on, it talks about the conditional temporary, which was granted. We're now voting on the renewal of that conditional temporary variance.
Right.
Yes.
Which
Right.
maintains it as a one-family.
Right, it's just a second kitchen.
Yeah,
and a one family.
The big point to remember is that we're granting a renewal. We're not even granting the temporary conditional variance for the first time. We're granting a renewal of what he already has. So, there's nothing new that's been added to this, because what the applicant is seeking, or certainly it says in the application itself, that he's seeking for a renewal. So if we're renewing what he already possesses and already was granted. There's no way that this would become a variance for a two-family house. It was never granted in the first place.
As long as that was clarified for me, then I move to grant as well.
Commissioner Brooks?
I grant to renew a conditional temporary variance for 2 years.
Commissioner Leonetti?
Grant to renew the 2-year conditional variance.
Chairman Morelli?
I grant to renew the 2-year conditional variance for a second kitchen.
Very clear.
Granted.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Mr. Lee.
Case number 2362, application of Lee Ing Wu of 10 West Walnut Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance on the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105A use for renewal of a conditional temporary variance for two-family use at 10 West Walnut Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 85, lot 36, on the Nassau County Land and Tax map.
Okay, good evening, sir. The applicant is here, Mr. Wu.
Mrs. Wu should be on.
Okay.
Jenny, can you hear us?
Yeah, can the applicant just give us, are they on?
They're on.
Ms. Wu?
Yep, there she comes.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Wu, how are you?
I'm sorry.
Hi, can you just give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Lee Ing Wu, and I live at 10 West Walnut Street,
Okay,
Long Beach. Yes.
very good. All right, so Ms. Wu, you are here for the renewal of a conditional temporary variance for a two-family use, which is, we just heard another conditional case. Now, I just want to clarify some things in contrast to the last case. The last case was for the maintenance of a second kitchen only, but it was not a two-family use. So now what you are asking us to do is to renew the conditional temporary variance for a full two-family house. Is that correct? You have two complete different dwelling units in your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the reason that the conditional temporary variance for a two-family was granted in the first place? Can you just recap that for members who might not have heard that case?
Yes, it was because my husband had a massive heart attack and he is still unconscious. So I am the only one working and supporting the family right now. So
Okay.
I really need that second income to help me.
So you're using the home as a two-family during this time period of financial difficulty, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, let me ask you, if the circumstances were to somehow change for the better, hopefully, would you then not come before the board to renew the two-family house if your financial situation were to change?
Yes.
Okay. The renewal that you have sought this evening. Is this the first renewal that you're seeking? Or
Yeah.
how many renewals have you had so far?
I think this is the third one.
Okay, so the circumstance with your husband then basically has not changed in approximately 6 years, 8 years, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you anticipate any changes during the next 2 years?
Unfortunately, I don't think so.
Okay, okay, I understand. I don't have any questions on this case. Do any members of the board have any questions?
Rocco, I do have one question. I know we've
Yes.
been given this for 5 years, and I think there's a limitation to 2 years, right?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
the variances, we've run into this problem with some of the variance extensions or I'm sorry, the renewals of temporary conditional variances. As a general rule, we've maintained 2 years. And, I think certainly that, cases like this certainly tug at the heart, but I think the general, consensus has been that 2 years is where we should really be, where we're renewing the temporary conditional variances, for hardships and so forth. I think at one time we did offer them at a longer period of time, but as circumstances changed in the city, I think 2 years became more the norm. Am I correct, counsel, on that? Really, most of the situations that we've granted of certainly the last few years have been 2-year temporary conditional variances. We had to rein that back in there were times we would go even 5 with veterinarian that had come before us recently and some other circumstances. So unfortunately, I think we have to stick to the 2 years.
That's correct.
Yeah, because otherwise, we would be making various, exemptions and, I think that we need to follow and be consistent. And, as much as I say this case of Ms. Wu tugs at the heart, I think that, in fairness to everyone else, we have to, adhere to the same standard. So Ms. Wu, again, this board is nothing, we're not to be intimidating or anything like that. So you're certainly welcome to come back to us every 2 years. It's unfortunate you have to come back every 2 years, but certainly, when you come back and describe the situation, I feel pretty confident that the boards in the future would not really change their mind. So unfortunately, if granted, we have to have you come back in 2 years, okay?
I understand. Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions and there is no one else that is willing or wanting to speak, Robin, no hands raised? No?
Correct.
I'm going to move to grant the renewal of the 2-year temporary conditional variance for the usage of a 2-family home at 10 West Walnut Street.
Case number 2362, application of Li-Ying Wu of 10 West Walnut Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following section of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.a use for renewal of a conditional temporary variance for 2-family use at 10 West Walnut Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 85, lot 36 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Chairman Morelli has introduced a motion to grant the renewal. Who will second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Acevedo has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
Grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant with the conditions and for a 2-year time period.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Grant with the 2-year renewal of conditional variance. Temporary variance.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant with renewal of a conditional temporary variance of two-family.
Nettie,
Grant the renewal.
Chairman Morelli.
Grant the renewal of the 2-year conditional temporary variance for 2-family usage.
Renewal has been granted.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. Wu. Good luck.
Case number 3199, application of Daniel Anderson of CA Vermont Street, Long Beach, New York, for variance from the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.5C front yard, 9-105.5D side yard, for a new front yard deck at 68 Vermont Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 233, Lot 20, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map.
Good evening, sir. The applicant is present.
Good evening to the board. James Lynch for the applicant. I am the contractor, J.M. Lynch Construction, 16 May Walk, Long Beach, New York.
Okay, so Mr. Lynch, can you tell us a little bit about the project?
Yes, this project is a post-Sandy typical, what's become typical, of West End deck for the for the purposes of entertainment. As you know, the property sizes in the West End, 30 by 60, don't leave much on the ground level but a 4-foot apron. So what happened here was when Mr. Anderson, after Sandy, had a contractor build out what they could to allow them to get back into the house. Anderson has now become plural, Andersons, and they are expanding their family. And now they find that the deck that they have presently, which really gives about 90 square feet of space, doesn't allow for a table, chairs, or anything. So what they're trying to do with your approval is to enhance that as many of the projects or many of the decks in the West End have. I've submitted 6 pictures. 3 are of the existing deck that they have, and the last 3 are of a project I did right down the block, 98 Vermont, which is exactly what we're trying to replicate. So there is standard for this, and there's actually 4 houses across the street that have similar building, which brings the staircase close to the property line. So what we're looking to do is enhance the space from about 90 square feet to about 180, which is typical of the 9 foot out from the building line and 1 foot back from the property line. The staircase does go out. It's 1 foot setback from the property line, but it goes to a landing and then turns and goes up to the deck. And by doing that, we're eliminating a problem that presently exists, because the way it's set up now, you walk out the door and you're down the steps. So that's something that's first and foremost we want to fix. But if you look at picture number 2, the staircase doesn't cause any problem to the property next door, as they are a raised house too. There are no windows or anything that would compromise their privacy. So what we're looking to do is just to get this okayed, so that we can just come in line with what's really there, with a number of houses on that street and in the West End. Does the board have any questions?
I have a comment.
Yes.
This is another variant kind of on that staircase that we were looking at earlier tonight. It's not, the staircase itself is not fully contained within the profile of the house, but the deck doesn't extend beyond the house. So, to me, this is a good compromise also. You lose a little bit of deck when you turn the stair, but again, the deck itself is not wider than the house. So personally, I find that as a kind of an acceptable variation on the staircase that doesn't improve. When you look at the front elevation, it doesn't impose too much on the house next door.
That's correct. And in addition to that, if you go up the stairs, the way it's laid out now is not the same as what we're proposing. But as you go up the steps, it's just a platform and it turns, and it doesn't pose an issue to the neighbor next door. So, and then it alleviates this problem that we presently have, where you open the front door and you're down the steps. It's a very dangerous situation. So we're just trying to fix that. But we understand that the board likes to keep things inside the envelope, meaning stay within the building lines. And that's what we tried to achieve here. And if you look at the last 3 pictures that I submitted by email, this is the project down the block, and it's the same circumstances. And I obviously, I believe that's why they called me to do this one.
I just have one question. Do the stairs go all the way to the property line, or are they
No.
set back 1 foot?
It's set back 1 foot. The front staircase, as you would approach the house, is 3'6". Then you go to the platform and turn right. The architect, and I understand why he did it, was for emergency purposes, has a staircase going to the back path of the house, and that's a 3-foot staircase.
Okay. Yeah, just one of the drawings looks like the stairs go out beyond the deck, but if they don't, that's fine.
Well, the lower platform does go beyond the staircase, beyond the deck.
Okay.
And that's about at 59 inches. So if you look at page 2, you'll see in diagram 2, you'll see a face picture of the house. And it does, no question about it, the steps do go out. The problem that we have with what we presently have is that the staircase sits in 3 feet, and as it returns upstairs to the front door, you're actually opening the door and falling out the stairs. So by moving this 3 feet to the property line, 1 foot back, it gives it a more workable space and a safer platform for what's existing.
Okay, that's all I have.
Anyone else? Robin, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak? No?
There are no hands raised.
All right, I'm going to move to grant.
Case number 3199, application of Daniel Anderson of 68 Vermont Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.5C front yard, 9-105.5D side yard, for a new front yard deck at 68 Vermont Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 233, lot 20, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Chairman Morelli has introduced a motion to grant the application. Who will second?
I'll second.
Who was that?
I said it.
Commissioner Leonetti has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
Grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Grant.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Grant.
Chairman Morelli.
Grant.
This application has been granted.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board.
You're very welcome. Good evening.
Good night.
Case number 3200, application of Nicola Ventry of 44 Florida Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following section of the zoning code of ordinance, of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.5D side yard, for a new north side deck at 44 Florida Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 58, block 105, lot 6, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map.
Okay.
Nicole, you have to unmute
Applicant
your,
is here. The applicant?
yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, sir. Name and address, please.
Sure. It's Nicola Ventry, 44 Florida Street, Long Beach, New York. I live here with my wife, Marie. I have 2 daughters, 11-year-old and 8-year-old. We submitted 1 application to start 2 separate projects in our home. One of those projects require a variance, but both projects are from the necessity to make our home safer for our children. Require a variance to extend our existing deck out north by 4 feet and out east to the rear yard by 23 feet. 9 feet of this is already existing. We're going to be adding on 13 feet. The reason we are making this request is that our front deck is the only available space that we get to enjoy the outdoors and get the opportunity to relax on the family deck. The last couple of summers, we have noticed that our deck is becoming a hazard for our children. We don't entertain much, just us and my mom but we noticed our 8-year-old daughter who's diagnosed with Jacobson syndrome, getting a little older. She's getting a little stronger. And at times she comes a little close to the edge of the railing. So what we've been doing for the last couple of years is creating a barrier with flower pots, protecting our daughter from getting close to the deck railing. This has been working, but now we constricted the space on the deck, and the interior of the deck has been getting confined as my 8-year-old and my other daughter get older. That's why we feel if we gain this extra space, we can make the outdoor space safer. We don't want to be greedy. We're not asking to extend on both sides of the deck, just on one side. And to us, the extension on the north side makes sense because my neighbor's house is set back about 18 feet and does not have a front deck. We had a conversation with my neighbor, Mark, and he's comfortable with the addition. We try to live in a way that doesn't infringe on others' qualities of life. We believe this add-on will not impact the character of the block or the neighborhood, and more importantly, impact our neighbors' quality of life. And we believe that this variance is the least invasive course we can take.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. So, Mr. Ventre, when you first built this, was this built, you said by a variance before, right? You came before the board?
It was for a variance to lift.
Oh, okay.
And a setback in the rear yard, I believe.
Okay. So you built part of the section and when you did the lift, and then you found that, space-wise, just to recap, it started to become a little bit problematic for your daughter. And now a total of about 4 feet would be extended. Is that how much you're extending this?
The top deck would be extended out about 4 feet and back. It actually would be cantilever over the existing deck, so you wouldn't have any poles holding up the deck, so it wouldn't create a hazard for first responders to get to the rear of the house.
Okay. What would be the total? What would be the total projection off the front of the house of this deck now, as it is? Like, how wide would the deck be? Let's say front to back.
Well, existing right now is the length of the house. So it goes out about 9 by 9, and it gets 23 feet. So with the add-on, it'll still be 9 by 9. But it'll go out an additional 4 feet. So 23, about 27 feet wide, but also going back about an extra 13 feet. If you see in the drawings,
okay,
it goes from the front of the deck to where the garage starts. And you can see in my neighbor's house, he stepped back pretty far.
It's partially being wrapped around is what's going on.
Right, that's what it is.
Exactly. That's the right terminology, yes.
Okay. Do any members of the board have any questions?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused on the deck wraps around the house, or it wraps around, or is it open deck? It wraps around 4 foot around the deck? I mean, around the story?
The existing deck would be bumped out 4 feet and go back an extra 13 feet from what's there already. So if you look at the picture of my house, it will go up to where the garage is. That's where the wraparound will go up to, the garage.
Okay, so it's not just a 4 foot wraparound. It actually is a long deck that just goes out 4 foot further, right?
It goes out 4 foot to the north and then goes back an additional 13 feet.
I'm trying to get a good picture of it so I could see it, because it does.
If you look on the drawings, the first floor plan, I think there's a good drawing of it.
Yeah, so you just have a 4 foot wraparound. What purpose does that serve any purpose at all, that 4 foot? I mean, you don't have a door on that side, do you?
Well, no, the extension is like I said, for the safety, creating extra space. The wraparound would be for storage. For the cushions and things like that. Right now we have one of those big storage containers for the cushions and everything. So we thought if we create this area, that's where that could go, the extra storage, giving us extra space.
That's a long distance of 4 foot just for storage, right? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't get the point of that 4 foot around the, what is that? The south side of your house, is that?
It's outside the house. There's no doors. There's no stairwells. The neighbor, his windows are not, he doesn't have any windows where that is. It's not intrusive to him. You know, I told him about it, and he was agreeable and comfortable with it. And it will be used for storage. 4 foot is not going to give me any room to sit or walk or anything like that. It's being closed. There's no doors there. There's no steps going down. So the plan is for storage and making extra room on the deck.
Yeah, I was
safety.
just trying to figure out, because 4 foot gives you really nothing, and that's about what, 15 foot of 4 foot length on that side of the house. But for what, I mean, if you put a storage container there, it's gonna, so that you could have another 15 foot just to get to the storage container. I don't get it.
No, well, the 4 foot by 9 foot will be able to, you know, living outdoor space. And an extra 13 foot only will be the storage area.
So you said 13
How
feet
far
of
away is the house to the east? How far away is their house from the property line?
Existing right now, it's from the east is, my house is about 22 feet. From the bottom is 22 feet. The top is about 10 and a half.
Your side yard is about 4 feet. How big is his side yard beyond?
His side yard is also 4 feet.
Uh-huh.
This is ideas that I have seen in the neighborhood, and believe it or not, when you use the material that's existing there, you know, you have to give a twice look to see, you know, that's extended. It blends very nicely. Yeah.
This isn't in the flavor that we've been looking at. Extending the decks past the width of the house. In this case, I can appreciate you're trying to gain storage, but this really isn't the type of gaining of storage that we've been approving, to be honest with you.
I hope you not look at the storage part, but look at the safety. With my daughter has Jacobson syndrome, and it's just, it's coming unsafe on the deck. So we understand, you know, the going back an extra 13 feet doesn't, you know, add up to that. But, you know, we're going to be spending a lot of money doing this project. So we hope the board will understand if we could go an extra couple feet for storage, it would be pleasurable for us. You know,
so,
you know, we have seen how, I hate to point fingers, but we have seen houses that the deck extends past to the property line with steps going down or wraparounds. And I know it's a case-by-case situation, but, you know, I think having steps going down is more intrusive than anything, and besides the safety. So, and like I said, we're not asking for both sides, we're asking for one side. I wouldn't ask for the other side because that'd be intrusive to my other neighbor whose house is similar with the deck.
Mr. Ventry, if I may, I don't know the definition of the illness or what your daughter has.
Yeah, so it's Jacobson syndrome. Her 11th chromosome is cut off.
Okay, again, I'm trying to be very sensitive to what's going on. But if you do extend the deck, wouldn't the problem still exist, even if the deck?
No, because the problem is right now, you know, we've been the last couple of summers, we've been creating a barrier with the flower pots, and that has created a tight environment for inside the deck.
Right.
You know, we try to make a barrier. So we're hoping with the extra feet, we could bump it out more, which will give us more interior space.
But that's on the side, right?
The bump out will be on the side, yes.
So, but you're dealing with the flower pots affecting the distance from the front of the house to the existing deck rail. That's not changing, right?
No, the flower pots will be there, but I'm saying she's getting older, she's getting bigger. She is very active, you know, sometimes in a positive manner, sometimes not in a positive manner. So that confined area that we built, when we have a couch there, when we have our eating table there, and then the flower pots, we're hoping to extend that inner space to make it, you know, more comfortable for my other daughter and for her.
But what, and why do you have to go down by the side? Just for storage or what?
That's for storage, yes. Because
So
we have right now.
we just had a case like that last month where they, that kind of, didn't go over.
Well, you know what? I like you look. Just take a a thought about the houses that have the decks go past, and the envelope, as a guy, I'll use this terminology, and they have steps going down. A lot of houses do have the deck going past the circumference of the house, outside the house, and have steps going down the side yard. This won't have any of that.
Would that 4-foot by 15-foot area with all those railings, would that become an even more dangerous situation for your daughter?
No, because what I'm looking to do is make the interior of the deck bigger. Yes, we're gonna have more flower pots there,
Just
but
giving
now
yourself a little more length of a deck.
yeah, inside interior deck.
Would you consider raising the rail of your deck just to, so she, I mean, that would be, I mean, I know that I had that concern here and I just gave myself a higher rail.
Well, she is short for her size, but eventually she's gonna grow, and then I'll be back here looking for, how high can I go with the railing?
On that 13-foot extension, we go back to that a little bit. Is there any way of changing that section and still giving you some usage for storage?
What did you have in mind?
Well, I'm just asking you because it goes back 13 feet. That wraparound portion, right?
Yes,
could
sir.
Could you eliminate part of that?
That's why I never thought about it. That's why I asked, what do you suggest?
Well, the thing is that you needed about 4 extra feet, right? For the safety aspect of the deck.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
in that 4 feet that you are gaining, because right now you're using part of that deck with the little container for the cushions and stuff like that, right? Would
That's
you
correct.
still be able to put a container and put cushions and stuff like that without even building that 13-foot extension? That's my question, really. I mean,
Well, I'm trying to free up space, so I'm trying to get that container. Hopefully, I hope to tuck it on the side of the house. That's what I was hoping to do.
How far would that then be from the property, or from the house, I should say, from the house next door to you? I mean, I know that's going to bring it to the property line pretty much, right? Right to the property line?
Per property line, and then he has the 4 feet from his house.
Right. And then how do you get under that?
It will be cantilever, so it will be nothing blocking it.
Okay.
I mean, won't you have to put flower pots along the whole 13, this whole extension too, if that's a problem? I'm just not understanding that part of it.
But I'm great. Yes, you're right. But now I'll be able to move my table over several feet. I'll be able to get rid of my storage container, and I'll have more middle space inside the deck.
The picture is with the beams, the trellis-like beams above the deck. That's your existing deck now?
Yes, sir.
So what kind of treatment are you anticipating on the extension deck as far as
Nothing. The way the trellis is not gonna. I'm not gonna extend the trellis or anything like that. It's gonna stay just like the where it is. And then the new 4-foot deck will cantilever over the existing deck.
There's no staircase to the street to this deck?
No, there won't be.
Mr. Ventry,
Yes, sir.
I'm Rich Barris, I'm counsel for the zoning board. I think one of the questions that the board has been asking that I don't think they've gotten clarification on just yet. We understand your daughter has Jacobson syndrome and that safety is a concern. Can you connect that safety concern to this extra footage? Because that seems to be the question that a lot of the members of commissioners have asked that I don't think you've kind of nailed down just yet. Can you elaborate on that?
I'll try to do my best. So, the existing deck right now, the barriers are created by the flower pots. The flower pots are from a foot to 2 foot wide. So everything has to be pushed back that distance. The chairs for the table, and the containers, we have also a couch. Everything has to be pushed back away from the deck creating a smaller space on a smaller footprint on the deck. So now there's limited space where you could walk and move around, which caused a hazard for my two girls, and my mother's there. So we're hoping to move everything back 3 feet to create more interior space, more walking space, to make it safer to move around on the deck. And when my daughter has her fit, she's not isolated and surrounded by, the furniture that we have out there, or right on top of my other daughter who's out there. That's the best I could do. Hopefully, I explained it, to your.
Thank you, Mr. Ventry.
Does anybody else have any questions? Because I don't know if the confusion has been totally cleared up. We understand why Mr. Ventry wants to build out the deck. But is there still a question about the 13 feet for the storage area, where he's going to tuck in basically the whole, let's say, the compartment for his furniture and cushions?
Yeah, I just don't understand the 13 feet worth of, but I mean, I don't see how it helps the situation. I get the storage, but 13 foot times 4 foot times 13 foot length is a lot of storage that would, and it seems like a dangerous situation if we're trying to resolve a dangerous situation, it seems like it's exacerbating it.
Is there a compromise we could make to eliminate the 13 feet or shorten the 13 feet that the board would be happy with?
To be honest with you, I'm not looking to automatically extend the 4 foot deck past the house. I understand your concerns. I don't know that giving you the extra 4 feet necessarily satisfies your concerns.
It's the least that we could do. This variance is the least invasive way that we could help out the situation out. We're surrounded.
Would you also want to raise the railing as well? How high is the railing now? Like 42?
It's a standard height. I don't know exactly what the height is. If we eliminate the 13 feet, would that be acceptable?
Well, I mean, I certainly know that members of the board have questions about it. I mean, how do the members of the board feel about this? We don't want to waste Mr. Ventry's time, but at the same time, would members of the board want to eliminate that by condition, or would we want to discuss that and think about it till next month in terms of discussing it this evening here, and then people may be thinking about it, because it seems like we've been going back and forth with this. We have questions about it. We've been, discussing it, and pretty much every member of the board had a question about it and whether or not it served a purpose or exacerbated a problematic situation even further. Let me just take it off the board for a second. Robin, are there any hands raised regarding the case?
No, there are not.
All right. That being said, I don't know if anybody's prepared to make a motion or an amended plan. Do we want to wait for an amended plan? I'll put this out to the members of the board on this for some discussion. How do the members feel about voting on this, or would the members like to see Mr. Ventry just either submit an amended plan or ask us to vote on it without the 13-foot section? Is there any sentiment about this tonight?
Now, Rocco, I'm generally opposed to extending beyond the elevation of the house, but every project has to get viewed on its own. So I don't want to automatically say because it extends beyond the elevation that it's no good. So it's really conflicted about it. I don't know that there's any safety difference whether it's a little wider or.
I mean, it adds certainly convenience, but again, I don't know safety myself. I think what I probably would say is is a good idea. Mr. Ventry, just, because we don't want, we don't want this thing to fall and be denied necessarily. What we would think maybe might be a good idea is if you just go back and, think about it, reassess it. And maybe between now and the next vote next month, maybe you could just either, give us a letter with either a little bit of an amended plan, taking off a section or the 13-foot section or part of it, and just kind of reconsider it, so that you don't waste your time, further getting a denial or anything, because it sounds like the board members are probably conflicted. So maybe if you want to, I can't tell you what to do, but if maybe you want to submit an amended plan if you wish, or you want to change, the railing height or anything else that you want the board to view differently, maybe it's a good idea if you just think about it and you resubmit it before the next meeting. And then the
Mr.
board
Chairman?
can vote on that. Huh?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I have one more question, sir.
Go ahead.
Well, in respect to due time and getting it amended and me spending more money on this and spending another month, if I do submit that letter, removing the 13 feet, I'd rather just have the board a vote on it now and just save the time for everybody, because,
Okay.
You know what I mean? Is
How do
it
the
now
board
or
feel about amending the
a month from
plan
now?
now?
I have one question regarding the plans. The deck that you have with the plans, is the depth of your deck, is that remaining the same? Or is that getting wider as well? Is that getting deeper?
Oh, it's the same.
It's the same, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
staying,
Yeah.
that's staying the same.
Okay.
Yeah, to me, that condition, if it extends 4 feet out beyond, beyond the width of the house, but in the front, it doesn't really get that close to the neighbor's house, because the neighbor's house is set back.
Mm-hmm.
So, personally, like I said, I almost never like to go wider than the house, but there are some special conditions here, it sounds like, but I really wouldn't want to go back in both directions. So
I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
because we really only allow for that when there's a staircase with a lifted house with a side door that's just already there, and it's the only thing they can do now that the house is up in the air. But these types of situations where where you go right toward the property line, it's just not something we like to encourage. But the side thing really makes it difficult. The long run down the side.
Yeah.
it's kind of a special.
I'm willing to amend the plans and remove that if the board okays it.
I think we could make, if the rest of the board goes with it, I think we can make that a condition, so we don't.
Yeah, if we can make that in a condition, I'd be prepared to vote on it
Yeah,
tonight.
and then the neighbors are okay. There's no objections.
Yeah, there was no objection that we got.
So it would just be a 4-foot extension to the existing deck
Yeah.
Right.
to the south.
All right, anybody want to make a motion to grant this with a condition?
I'll make a motion to grant the width of the existing deck to be increased, the 4 feet or so. But it only goes back as far as the face of the house. So it does not go around the corner.
Okay, I would second that motion to basically grant the variance with condition that the deck only be extended 4 feet with the depth not going past the face of the house.
Case number 3200, application of Nicole Ventry of 44 Florida Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following section of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.5D side yard for new north side deck, 44 Florida Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 58, block 105, lot 6 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Commissioner Leonetti has introduced a motion to grant the application with conditions. Chairman Morelli has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
Grant with conditions.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant with conditions.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Grant with conditions.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant with conditions.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Grant with conditions.
Morelli,
Grant with condition.
This application has been granted with the conditions stated on the record.
I just want to say, I know the board was pushed to the limits and I appreciate it. And thank you for continuing this process during this difficult times. And thank you for your time tonight.
That's all right.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Case number 3201, application of Thomas Madonna of 543 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.7C front yard, 9-105.7D side yard, to elevate the existing house at 543 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 165, lot 58, the Nassau County Land Tax Map.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Dennis
Okay.
Kelly, 120 West Park Avenue, Suite 311, Long Beach, New York, 11561. Here on behalf of the applicant, Thomas Madonna, the owner of a two-family home at 543 East Fulton Street in Long Beach, seeking two variances as a result of doing renovations and making his home a FEMA-compliant home. Those two variances he seeks, one is for a front yard setback. The present setback prior to the renovation is almost 20 feet exactly. He's seeking a new front yard setback of 9 feet 9 inches to accommodate stairs and a front porch on the newly renovated home. And the other variance is for a side yard setback for a stairway leading to the upper level apartment at the home, requiring a setback down to, I believe it's 1 foot and 4 inches on the west side of the house. I've submitted for your consideration 4 photographs, 2 of which are actually of 537 East Hudson, which is just a block south of my client's house, which you will see has no setback on the east side of the house, with a stairway that is literally right on, within inches of fence of the property line. And it also happens to have a porch, which has decreased the front yard setback significantly. I've also submitted a photograph of an older house at 523 East Fulton Street, which you'll see also doesn't have much of a setback on the side, on the west side of the home, because it's accommodating a staircase and what appears to be a rear door, I'm sorry. Then I had another photograph I submitted, which is actually my client's home in the middle. That's a green facade, hardy tiled home, right next to another FEMA compliant home, which was built over the last couple of years as a result of Sandy as well. My client resides at the home with his wife and his 2 small children. And that's our application.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, what's the plot size?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
What is the plot size? The lot size?
40 by 100.
Okay. So basically, when he extends out, we would still have about 10 feet to the property line in the front of the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on the side, basically, it would be about, on only the west side, would be about 1.5 feet, but the other side would still remain at the proper setback?
Almost, it's at the same, which is almost 8 feet. It's 7 feet, 8.5 inches.
Okay.
And that's existing non-conforming?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kelly, existing is an internal stair? Is that what exists now?
Yes, I believe so. I think my client is probably with us. I believe inside is it's an interior staircase. to the second floor.
And this is a one family,
This is a two-family.
okay, okay.
And the entire first floor is new, or is it just being raised just a few feet? I can't.
Okay, so I don't know which way it goes, Commissioner Creighton, but a floor is being added here to accommodate his growing family. So you have what's ostensibly a three-story house.
Right.
The apartment is on the top floor. The home still comes in within height, and that just as a means of comparison, I believe that 537 East Hudson home is very comparable to probably what my client is proposing in terms of
So,
size.
Mr. Kelly, can I ask you a question? If they're building, say, a new ground floor because they're elevating the house, can he just do like a lot of two-family houses and have a vestibule in the front door that goes, with stairs going up to the one unit and then the entrance to the right to go to the other unit?
I think I know exactly what you're describing. I think it probably would eat so much space. I don't think it would stop the actual renovation, but it would have a significant impact on the space inside. I mean, I think this home for them and doing this is their keeper. This is not their starter home. This is their home, and that's why they're putting the investment, time and space into it with the two young kids, and who knows who else might show up.
Gotcha.
I think.
Well-
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr.
Go ahead,
Chairman.
no, go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
I was going to say, I think you may have, Mrs. Lynch may have received some emails in support, and then we're not aware of anybody in opposition, but I guess we'll find out as we proceed with the meeting.
Okay. Any members of the board have any questions before we proceed? All right, is there anyone who'd like to speak in favor of the application, Ms. Lynch?
Yes.
Okay, let's have them come first. You can put them on.
Yep, they're coming on. You just have to unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Hi, Desiree McCaffrey, 546 Fulton Street. I own a two-family home across the street from the Madonnas with my brother Michael Goucher,
Hello, how are you?
our whole family. So we're all here in support of the Madonnas renovations and construction. In the few years that the Madonnas have moved into the neighborhood, they have become like family to us. A while back when we went for our variance, they came in person and they sat in, the hearing room with us to support us. The block has really become very up and coming, a lot of construction going on. I know there's another house down the block that's going to be done. And we, of course, we want to remain in the community. We want our kids to grow up there and for them to raise their families there. And we love the block. It's a great block. And we really do believe that this would obviously add value to the block. And we support it. And we hope that you guys do also.
What does your sign say?
Oh, it says we vote yes for the Madonnas, the East Fulton squad forever.
Nice.
All right, so we got enthusiastic neighbors tonight, huh? All right, thank you. All right. Very good. Anybody else want to talk in favor, please? Anyone else? Bye. Robin, you have who's next?
There's Tom Harsh.
All right, put him on, please. Good night, folks.
Mr. Harsh, are you there? He's on, but I just, maybe he's having technical difficulties. Hold on. We have another one. Hold on. Mr. Polchinski, you have to unmute yourself.
Yes, how you doing? My name is Michael Polchinski. I live at 549 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York. And me and my wife are in full support of Tommy Madonna. Like you said, it is a great block and it's up and coming. And like I said, they do have our support.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Next.
Mr. Harsh had sent a message through the chat. I've lost audio, but I'm in full support of the improvement. That was from Mr. Harsh, who had lost
Okay.
audio.
Is there anyone else?
No.
I just have to say one more time to Mr. Kelly, I don't see an issue in the front, but the side I think can be easily covered if you're building the first floor by just putting the entrance to the second floor in that area. But I just want to see how the other commissioners think.
Well, go ahead, Mike, you were going to say something?
I mean, we're dealing with, existing layout, and I think to move the stair inside would require tremendous impact on the stuff that's existing.
We'll cut back on some.
I think the first floor is brand new, right?
Yeah, but where it's going to land on the second floor, it's going to have.
It's going to eat up part of that square footage on the second floor.
Yeah.
That's already there, because when the stair comes up and connects into the interior of that old second floor, it's going to eat up a fairly significant amount of real estate in that second floor, right? Probably at least 6 by maybe 6 or maybe more when the landing comes up to it. No, it's gonna eat up a good part of the room.
I see. It will cut out a big chunk of that bedroom, one of the bedrooms. Okay.
And, the only thing that's really unusual about this, and I'm trying to figure it out on the plans, is the stairs. There's quite a few risers of stairs here. And then it seems like one part of the upper floor is not at the same level as the rest of it. Is that?
Yeah, it looks like they still have to go upstairs once they go into the house.
Right.
The landing and then more stairs up. So that's why I'm saying I don't see it in the vestibule on the lower floor that's being built brand new, and then up to the upper level, and then from there, I don't know. Because remember, they're already going up some of those steps to get onto the deck. Then you go into the main entrance, and then you'd start stairs up from there after like a landing. But you would be cutting into some of the bedroom. But remember, that floor can be built over the stairs for quite a ways. And you'd really kind of just lose that closet on the second floor and then end up in the same vestibule area that you have on the second floor. So I don't know how much of the space you'll really lose other than one of the 2 closets in the bedroom. And there's 2 closets in that bedroom already. So I don't know if it's that big a deal as everyone's thinking.
This isn't Mr. Bella's best set of drawings, I don't think. He's not here tonight, is he?
No, he's not, Mr. Leonard.
Because I'm just looking at on drawing number, I guess it's A1. You have 7 or 8 steps, and then you have 10 or 12 steps, and then you come in, and then you're going up more steps. No?
Yep.
Yes, you're from that second floor, you're going up to the next floor. The apartment is on the next floor.
Yeah. I mean, having the steps on the outside on the raised house is nothing unusual. It's just nothing unusual about this one. It seems to be a lot of steps, and I think that's because the ground floor is like 5 foot above grade.
Right.
And then what's the ceiling height on that new ground floor?
I will tell you, I think it's not, it might be 9. It's 9.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next one's 8.1, and then the next one is 7.5, or 7 feet 5 inches.
And height is not one of the.
No, it's coming in, I think, right on the nose.
Yeah. All right. Otherwise, I would have said maybe knock that down to 8 foot, but I don't know. The stair on the outside, I don't think is out of place on this project.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, and the landing on that, on those steps on the side is just the rest stop. It's not connected to the first deck.
Well, by code, you can only have so many risers without a landing. It's,
Right.
but it's quite a bit of elevation that's going up. That's why you need the landing.
Guys, what you were talking about. Yeah, no, that's not going anywhere. That stairs is just running upstairs.
I'm just wondering if, if it's a lift and that ground floor is new, if we should be doing what we can to try to avoid the variances rather than automatically going for the variance just to save space. It's just my opinion on it.
I appreciate your opinion. But I think that the Madonnas are trying to, get the space out of the house that they can, so they can stay there. Sounds like a long-term commitment to me.
I'm not really having that much of an issue with it. I understand Commissioner Creighton's concern, but at the same time, I mean, it is not unusual, and we've granted things like this before. Space is at a premium here in town, and with what we're paying in taxes too. I mean, I think we all have the desire to maximize our interior space. Since we don't really have that much room around the houses.
And then how much, just one last question, how much side yard does the next door neighbor on that side of the house have before his house starts?
I think he's probably got about 4 or 5 feet. I didn't take, I'm just checking to see if I took that picture.
Because we're building almost right, close to the lot line, and then.
Right, so let me, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go, when you can do this when you're sitting at your desk, right?
Did we get the neighbor on that side? Did he speak?
Hey, no. I don't know where Mr. Harsh is from. He didn't leave his address.
And lost audio. Dennis, it says, I've got a message that says he lost audio, but he's in full support of the improvement.
And he's the neighbor directly next to him where this.
I'm sorry, I was trying to say, I appreciate what the chairman said. I was trying to say that I don't know.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Where Mr. Harsh's address.
It said, did you see the message on the side from Tom Harsh? It says, I've lost audio, but I'm in full support of the improvement.
Yeah, but Rocco, I think what Mr. Kelly's saying is that he doesn't know if that's the neighbor next door. It could be.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say looking at what my Google Maps here, my street view, it looks like it's about 4 feet.
Yeah.
That east side house to the property line.
Right, but a lot of the house over there is roof, except for a dormer. So it's not like the neighbor's house is continuous at 4 feet above ground level. It's mostly set back except for that one dormer.
So let me ask you, where was the entrance to the second house, to the second apartment in the current layout?
I believe it's on the west side. I think you have to go into the house. I think there's just one door in the front.
So were there stairs to it on the side of the house currently?
No, the stairs were interior. I mean, it's if you can see by the photo I sent you, it's not a big house to start with, but they want to stay here, and so they've decided to try to put the money in to maximize the space. Because I would tell you, that's the first time I've seen a group of people a family show up en masse for a hearing. So I guess things are looking up on the 500 block of East Fulton Street. So
I got you. If the current entrance to the second floor is currently in the house, I don't know how it would be such a burden to put it inside the house when you're gaining an extra floor, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's also getting I listen, I know what you're saying, and I'm their advocate, but I think I would be safe to say if you're spending the money to do what they're doing, this is not New York Rising or Sandy Flood money. This is the Madonnas investing in this house. Not the people who got that money weren't investing in the house, but you know what I'm saying.
No, I got you. And I bet you I would do the same if I was building that house. I'm just thinking as a zoning board member, we should be doing what we can to try to avoid giving the variances when there's another option available. And I think there is in this situation, and I think we're not, we're saying, we're trying to give them extra just because they want it. And I don't know if that's really our role, but I'll I can vote one way and see how everybody else votes.
Okay.
Okay,
Dennis, I think your client wants to speak. He would just need to unmute himself. Thomas, you need to
Tom,
unmute.
Tom, can you unmute yourself? Because I would like you to speak too, if you're there.
Hello?
Hey, there you are. Tom,
Hey, guys, I just wanted to, I don't know how you hear me.
What's your name and address on the record, Tom?
Thomas Madonna, 543 East Fulton. As far as the interior stairs, we tried to work that plan as best we could in the beginning. It just wasn't working with the plan. We were losing a tremendous amount of square footage that we wouldn't have been able to fit in the house. And also, we were trying to use the existing staircase that was there going to the rental apartment. So it just wasn't working in the plan. George worked it several different ways. It was not working at all. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, so where the existing staircase is in the house.
I'm sorry, I just missed that. I'm sorry.
So you were saying where the existing staircase is in the house to the second apartment.
Yes.
What is currently in that space? What will be in that space in the future?
We're using that the staircase going to that floor we're keeping. So basically all we're doing is putting a staircase to an existing staircase that was there. If that makes sense. So structurally, we were trying to save ourselves. This is all, it's not, like he says, not New York Rising money. This is our money. We're looking to stay here for forever. We love it here. But we tried to work the staircase inside. Believe me, we wanted it inside. It just, every plan he drew, it didn't work out for us. And it just wasn't feasible to keep the bedrooms. The house is small. It's only a 20 by 40 lot, a 40 by 100 lot, and a 27 by 37 house. It just wasn't working keeping the staircase inside.
Oh, so hold on a second. I'm looking at the pictures now, and this wasn't explained earlier. So the current entrance to the second apartment is currently on the side of the house.
Correct.
That there's a step or two up to it. There's a few steps up to it.
Yeah. So all we were doing was keeping that staircase.
That makes a difference for me. If you're keeping an existing entrance and you're just gonna
Yes.
reuse it with stairs going up to the entrance, I could
Yes.
live with that actually. I thought it was going through the inside of the house now, and now going outside. So if it was
Yeah.
originally outside,
In the morning.
outside, I'm more okay with that than I was thinking it went inside.
Yes.
You were now doing it outside. Okay,
Yes, it's just existing staircase, existing door. Yeah.
got you. Okay, I'm
you.
better, guys.
All right. Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
glad you clarified that because it makes.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get on this thing.
No
Dan-
problem. That makes a big difference for me.
Dan, when the time comes, you should make the motion on this one. Okay.
I will. If it's an existing
you.
staircase, it's an existing situation that I don't think, I can agree with that.
Any other questions for me?
no, I think we're good. Do any members of the board, we're done? Okay, so, Mr. Kelly, is there anything you want to add to the presentation?
No, I think, as far as the 5 factors are concerned, I think we meet them all, and I think the balancing test allows the board to grant this if they're so inclined.
Mr. Creighton, Commissioner Creighton, do you have any other questions about the interior changes to the staircase?
No, I think as long as it's going to an existing entrance to the house, I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right.
Just,
Thank you.
Tom Harsh came back and he wanted to speak in favor.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, please. All right, we still can't hear back the audio. So at this point, suffice to say, we have read what Mr. Harsh said. We appreciate that he's speaking in favor. All right, at this point, does anybody want to make a motion on this case?
Since those little kids had that sign, I'll make a motion to grant.
Yeah, I'll second the motion myself.
Case number 3201, application of Thomas Madonna of 543 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.7C front yard, 9-105.7C side yard, to elevate the existing house at 543 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 165, Lot 58, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Commissioner Creighton has introduced a motion to grant the application. Chair Morelli has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
Grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant.
Commissioner Escobedo,
You're muted.
We can read it.
Grant.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Grant.
Chairman Morelli.
Grant.
This application has been granted.
Thank you for getting on, Mr. Madonna.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Have a good night.
Case number 3202, application of Louis Escobar, 224 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.3C front yard, 9-105.3D side yard, for new off-street parking at 224 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 121, Lot 116, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map.
Is Mr. Escobar there?
Yes, he's sitting right next to me.
Yes, I'm Luis Escobar. I live in 224 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York.
All right, so now you want to change the parking pad, and the parking, the front yard and the side yard are going to change as a result of that. Can you please describe the parking pad that you're going to be building for your off-street parking? What's the size of the parking spot that you're going to be making?
Hi, good evening. I'm actually going to speak on behalf of my father. My name is Julia
Okay.
Escobar for the record.
Okay.
The size of the parking pad,
It's 20 feet 3 inches wide to deep to 20 feet long.
Okay, all right, so you've got a 20 by 20 pretty much square
Correct.
space. The code requires 9 by 20, so the parking space that's going to be built is okay. Now, the thing is, how do you access the off-street parking? Do you have to put in a new driveway, or how is that going to work?
well, right now we don't have any parking, so we would need to put in a new driveway. And
So there's no curb cut there, right?
I'm sorry?
There's no curb cut in front of your house, right?
No,
In other words,
no.
right now, it's just sidewalks, and
Correct.
you'd have to basically cut approximately how many feet? About 6 feet to create the driveway?
Correct.
Do you have to remove any trees, or is there any fire hydrant or anything like next to that spot?
No.
Okay. And when you were to put in the curb cut to the parking spot, are you going to be able to go straight into the parking spot, or do you have to maneuver around the parking spot to get into it from the driveway, the new driveway that you're putting in? Or does the new driveway take you right in front of it?
I think we could just drive right through. You don't need to essentially move, unless you want to back park it, you know?
Now, the question becomes, the yard becomes 7.2. So now, does the yard become 7.2 because you're basically parking like in front of the house at this point? How does that yard become 7.2 from, the code of 15 feet? Was that pre-existing, or is that being changed because of the parking spot that you're creating?
That's being changed because of the parking spot.
Okay. Now, on the side yards also, with 5 feet on each side, the one side, you're cutting it back, not too much. I mean, you're cutting it back about a foot on the side yard. Is that being cut because of the parking spot, or was that originally that dimension?
No, that's being cut because we're going to build new stairs in order to access the front of the house, the main floor, which is the second floor.
Okay, so in other words, basically, at the present time, you were able to access it because the stairs were in front of the house.
Yes.
And now, because the parking spot is going to be there where the car goes right into, you got to put the stairs offset. In other words, a little
Correct.
bit to get to the
That's
front
right.
house. Okay.
Rocco, I think the front setback is because of a new deck.
on the
Okay,
second floor.
okay. So, yeah, so so Ms. Escobar, the staircase then just goes up and connects to that new deck above it. Am I correct?
No.
No,
Roger, I
Okay.
think there's a new front deck in the front and the stairs go to like a rear entrance on the side of the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to see that drawing again. It's on the side elevation. Okay, I'm seeing the side elevation now. Okay. Okay, so the now you're gonna have, it looks like a couple of feet, about 3 feet maybe, in front of where the car would be, where you're gonna be able to walk to access that staircase. Is that correct? So basically, in the area of the parking spot, you've got a couple of feet around it, in front of it, actually. The stair doesn't come right to where the parking spot would be, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And now on that block, are you removing, well, you're removing about a 6 foot of parking spot. Do the other houses on the block have driveways, and the other homes on the block have parking spots of their own?
Yes,
or-
I actually included a picture.
I don't see that. I'm looking for it in the chart.
It's on the second page of the packet. That's where I placed it. I took pictures of the front and the sides of the house, and on, let's see, the bottom picture, I also, it shows like the adjacent property, which is 228 East Fulton. And you could see that it has a similar structure in which we are trying to create.
I can stop you for 1 second. If anybody else has a picture of that, could they just put it up on their screen, full screen? Can you open up, can you maximize Mr. Creighton's screen? I just want to see that picture.
See if I could, can you see the neighbor's house there? I don't know if you could see it. See it?
Yeah.
One back, you could, hold on, I'm trying to zoom it in.
No, it's okay. That's fine, Dan. I could see it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I didn't have that picture in my packet here. Okay, all right, now I see it. All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Escobar.
Thank you.
So yes, we're just trying to build a similar structure. As you can see, the property that's adjacent to 280 East Fulton has a carport and has the deck. And we're just trying to build to the same point as that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Do any members of the board have any questions on this case?
I do actually. Are you planning on parking in the garage or in front of the garage?
In front of the garage.
The only reason I ask that is because when I look at that house that you want to match, it looks like their cars go into the sidewalk area and they don't actually fit between the garage and the sidewalk. And that's an issue because you shouldn't be on the sidewalk.
I think they still have some space. If you could tell in the picture, we have like a little garden, and the van that's parked right there is behind that. I don't know if you see what I'm talking about.
Yes, I have it.
I do, but will that fit a car lengthwise between the house and the sidewalk? I mean, if you look at these pictures here, right? Let me just say.
Yes.
If you look over here, that guy's car goes into the sidewalk, and there's really not a lot of distance here between your house and the sidewalk.
Right, we're going to knock down. We're going to knock down the bottom wall and elongate it. So it's cutting into the first floor.
See, you see the window and the size. The car go to the distance to the window under.
Gotcha. So you're going to go back to about here.
Yes, that's right.
So you could park between there and there.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, correct.
All right. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Don't be like your neighbor parking across the sidewalk.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, Rob, do we have anyone who wants to speak in favor or against?
There are no hands raised.
All right, I'm going to move to grant.
I'll second.
Okay, case number 3202, application of Louis Escobar of 224 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance from the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York. 9-105.3C front yard, 9-105.3D side yard, for new off-street parking at 224 East Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as section 59, block 121, lot 116, on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Chairman Morelli has introduced a motion to grant the application. Commissioner Creighton has seconded the motion. Commissioner Alton,
Grant.
Commissioner Creighton,
Grant.
Commissioner Acevedo,
Grant.
Commissioner Brooks,
Grant.
Commissioner Leonetti,
Grant.
Chairman Morelli.
Grant.
This application has been granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the next one, Denise, do you need a breather?
Yes, Rocco, I need a break, Robin. Thank you. Thank you.
In the meantime, Dennis, can you hear me?
I can.
I elevated you and Joe in anticipation of presenting. Is there anybody else that will be presenting?
I actually have Darren Gallo with me.
Okay.
And there's Marnissa Stone should be on the queue.
Okay.
And then there might be a whole bunch of other people coming in to say something one way or the other.
Okay. All right, so just wait till Denise regroups. And then I think also Rich, Wanda is going to recuse herself, but we'll wait till Denise comes back on to take the record.
Okay.
Hey, Barry, do you want your camera on?
Pardon?
Oh, you know your camera's on. You have your camera on, right?
So asking me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's on.
Never mind.
Why? Is there something?
No, it's just like, no, I didn't know you were walking around. I just didn't know if you wanted that on.
I've got a dog like grabbing. He's a puppy and he's grabbing things, and I have to keep chasing things, taking them out of his mouth.
Oh, what kind of puppy do you have?
I got an Australian Shepherd about 6 weeks ago, and he's adorable, but he's a house wrecker. He's a demolition team on his own.
Oh, tell me about it. I have a pet and she's 3 months old.
Yeah.
Doing everything inside you and everybody else.
Yeah.
So you good?
Robin, I'm back.
Good, okay.
Thank you.
Esteban is here.
Thank God.
Rocco, are you back?
What's his name? Who always says no, right? So you need Bonetti. Rocco was what I have. I need Reckner.
Who's missing? Rocco still missing?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm just hanging back. I'm ready to go whenever you guys are.
I'm here.
All right.
All right, let's
Rich, are you back?
Yep.
Okay. Am I calling the cases in one by one? How are we doing it?
Well, I mean, Dennis, how did you want to do it? You wanted to combine them, correct?
I think it might be more efficient and better. I mean, the story is a macro one. Most of you have already heard, but it's going to have another little twist to it. So what I'll do, if you would be willing to entertain me doing them all at once, I would be more than happy to do that.
I think what I would like to suggest, I mean, and again, members of the board weigh in on this. I would like to suggest that perhaps they are combined, but that we have six, I believe it's six, right? 6 various addresses, and that as you are presenting the case, perhaps you could touch on each different address and offer any distinctions between them and the whole case itself. Because if a record had to be, I would highly doubt that some would be approved and some not. It's probably going to be a 1 or nothing anyway. But the thing is that if you could distinguish, one from the other, if there's a difference in location that makes a difference at a particular house, you'll highlight that. But for the most part, I think the principle of each of the conversions sought is basically the same. So I think for the purposes of, repetitiveness and to streamline this, I think it's a better idea to combine it. I think it'll give an opportunity for more people. I would imagine there are people probably that want to be heard. More people will have an opportunity to speak than if we have to keep bringing people up for each individual case. It's already 10:10, so I think it would certainly, keep people from falling asleep that might be waiting out to be heard, and we'll have better audience participation. So I think that that would be the way I would prefer to see it done. Is that okay with you?
I
Okay, with all the members of the
agree.
board? Okay.
Marco? I
Yeah.
have to recuse myself from.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, I know. I heard that. So, yeah, so turn off your mic and your video, and you're all good. You can just watch along, and this way nobody can say you participated.
Rocco, I think she only has 2 that she wanted to.
The first 2.
Oh, okay.
And I think we should reserve the right to vote separately after we hear how the presentation goes. I don't think we're going to vote.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say to vote. I wouldn't say to necessarily vote, as a group, as a block.
Right.
But I think that we should probably hear the main presentation that would apply to each of the cases once, rather than hearing it 6 times repeated,
Right. Chairman Morelli, is your point more to the extent each of these applications have commonalities, Mr. Kelly will articulate those.
That's right.
But to the extent they differ, Mr. Kelly will articulate that as well.
Them. And then, as Commissioner Leonetti said, we can vote on each case individually at the end of the entire presentation if we want to vote on each case tonight. So after we've heard the entire presentation, then perhaps we can go case by case and vote on them. Are we allowed to do that?
I mean, it's basically, listen, essentially, and this isn't me giving Mr. Kelly advice, it's the record he creates, right? That's all we can go off of the record. So as long as Mr. Kelly makes it clear, the distinctions in each, then that's the record we have to work off of. As long as Denise can keep up with it.
Yeah, and also I would say, counsel, if anyone wants to speak specifically for or against a particular address, then let's have them do that. And to Commissioner Leonetti's point, maybe I wasn't clear when I said that, I highly doubt that we would vote on some positively and some negatively. But that doesn't mean that we wouldn't, because basically we might be looking this as a project as a whole, but at the same time, there might be one particular house that has a specific problem that might require a different vote than the other 5 cases,
And Chairman Morelli, I wasn't necessarily implying voting today.
Oh, yeah, definitely not.
Okay.
Okay,
So
all
doing it
right.
as a block, how is that going to affect me if I have?
No, we're not voting in the block, Commissioner Brooks. What we're gonna do,
I mean, we're hearing all 6, so if I have to recuse myself from the first 2, can I sit and hear the whole 6, or is my question?
you can, yes. You'd be able to vote on the ones on which you haven't recused yourself.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Rich, are you okay with all this being off the record since the case wasn't called in yet?
This is basically housekeeping, so I'm okay with the understanding
Okay.
at this point. Is everyone else comfortable with this?
Yes.
Yes.
What I'm suggesting is the record is a record for all 6 cases. The vote is 6 different votes.
Right. That
And-
makes perfect sense.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to call in each case now. Just as a point of clarification, according to our records, the owner of 26 East Pine is 24 E Pine Living. Dennis, I know that you put in documentation, but I guess it wasn't recorded yet at the Nassau County Recorder's Office. So according to our
That's
records,
correct.
24, okay. Case number 3203, application of 24 E Pine Living LLC of 651 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York: 9-105.3B height, 9-105.3D side yard, 9-105.3F building area, 9-105.3K expanding use to convert a one-family use into a two-family use at 24 East Pine Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 92, Lot 62 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Case number 3204, application of 24 E Pine Living LLC of 651 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York: 9-105.3B height, 9-105.3D side yard, 9-105.3E rear yard, 9-105.3F building area, 9-105.3K expanding use to convert a one-family use into a two-family use at 26 East Pine Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 92, Lot 64 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Case number 3205, application of 82 E Pine Living LLC of 651 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York: 9-105.3C front yard, 9-105.3D side yard, 9-105.3E rear yard, 9-105.3F building area, 9-105.3K expanding use to convert the existing one-family house into a two-family house at 82 East Pine Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 92, Lot 195 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Case number 3206, application of 114 E Pine Living LLC of 651 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York: 9-105.2C front yard, 9-105.2D side yard, 9-105.2E rear yard, 9-105.2H density, 9-105.2I minimum lot size, 9-105.2K expanding use to convert a one-family use into a two-family use at 114 East Pine Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 105, Lot 154 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Case number 3207, application of 118 E Pine Living LLC of 651 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York: 9-105.2C front yard, 9-105.2D side yard, 9-105.2E rear yard, 9-105.2H density, 9-105.2I minimum lot size, 9-105.2K expanding use to convert a one-family use into a two-family use at 118 East Pine Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 105, Lot 155 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Case number 3208, application of 88 E Pine Living LLC of 651 West Penn Street, Long Beach, New York, for a variance in the following sections of the zoning code of ordinances of the city of Long Beach, New York: 9-105.3C front yard, 9-105.3D side yard, 9-105.3K expanding use for construction of a new two-family house at 88 East Pine Street, Long Beach, New York, also known as Section 59, Block 92, Lot 206 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map.
Okay, I just want to make a point though. Mr. Kelly, I guess when you're gonna start the presentation and you're gonna basically lay it out, as a whole, the project that's being planned, you probably want to distinguish, the last case, 3208, because it looks like, all the other cases previous to that are, conversions. And it looks like this is construction, the last case, 08, is the construction of a totally new structure. Is that correct? You're muted. Dennis is muted.
Muted.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct. You've never seen 88 East Pine. The other 5 you've seen before.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Go ahead. Start the presentation.
Dennis G. Kelly, 120 West Park Avenue, Suite 311, Long Beach, New York, 11561, here on behalf of the applicants, and they are 24 East Pine Street Living, 26 East Pine Living, 82 East Pine Living, 88 East Pine Living, 114 East Pine Living, 118 East Pine Living. This evening, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a presentation as to each, but with the running theme of requesting a change of use for all of them, from a one-family house to a two-family house. I'll go through each of them briefly as to the variances that are requested. Last time we met, I believe it was in the fall of 2019, wherein for all of these properties, we asked for a two-family use from a one-family use. For one set, we also asked for a subdivision. So I'll start with 24 East Pine Street. For 24 East Pine Street, we're asking for variances for height, side yard, building area, and expanding use to a two-family. Of those 4 requested variances, 2 of which have already been granted in November of 19. Those would be for height and for building area. The other requested area variance for side yard would be to accommodate, I believe, a staircase for the purposes of a two-family use. I have along with us today as well Joe Gallinaro, who would be prepared to answer any questions about any of the plans that have been proposed. The side yard for 24 East Pine would go from 5 feet on each side to 5 feet on one side to down to 2 feet on the west side. And then we're asking for the two-family use. As to 26 East Pine Street, again, we're asking for height, side yard, rear yard, building area, and expanding the use. The height, again, in November of 2019 was granted. The rear yard was granted. The building area was granted. And now we're asking for 2 variances, one an area variance for, again, the side yard, and again, with the dimensions of 5 feet required on each side, 5 feet being provided on the east side, and 2 feet on the west side. And again, that would be to accommodate a staircase for the two-family use, if so granted.
Mr. Kelly, can you designate, as you go house by house, which ones are built already and which ones are proposed?
I will. I submitted photographs with each of the applications, Commissioner Leonetti. 24 East Pine and 26 East Pine were originally 24 East Pine. Those were subdivided with your permission back in November of 2019. Currently, there is the beginning of foundations. You'll see concrete stanchions coming up for a foundation for each house, one on 24 East, one on 26 East. On 82 East Pine, the next property I was going to address, we're asking for variances for front yard, side yard, rear yard, building area, and use variance for expanding the use again from one family to two family. In the past, the board granted us variances for front yard, rear yard, and building area. Again, we're asking for a side yard variance to accommodate a staircase for the expanded use from one family to two family. This is a currently built house, an existing, I believe, occupied house. The next property that I'll go to is 114 East Pine Street. In that, the zoning board was willing to grant us variances for front yard, side yard, and rear yard, and minimum lot size in November of 2019. But now we're left with the need for a variance for density, and again for a use variance for expanded use from one family to two family. I believe we were also granted a minimum lot size back in November of 2019. 114 East Pine is almost completed house. If you drive by, it doesn't have a C of O. It's not finished yet, but it's more than just the foundation. It is actually a shell. And then there's next 118 East Pine, which is variants are necessary for front yard, side yard, rear yard, and minimum lot size, all of which were granted in the past in November of 2019, leaving us with area variance needed for density and a use variance for expanding the use from one family to two family. And last but not least is the new one, which is 88 East Pine, which is two houses to the east of 82 East Pine. 88 East Pine is an abandoned home that, well, was an abandoned home, but is currently rented, for which we will need a new variance for a front yard, a new variance for a side yard, and a use variance for one family to two family use. Now,
That structure is going to remain?
excuse me?
That structure is going to remain.
No, it will. We're seeking a construction of a new FEMA compliant two-family house.
Knock down a new house. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What was the status of 118 East Pine?
118 is also a built-out shell. It doesn't have a C of O.
Okay.
So if you drove by, you'd see what looks like two houses standing next to each other, but they're not finished.
Okay.
Okay. So you may recall that Darren Gallo, who's actually here with me in my office today, prepared to get on if he needs to on our connection, invested in this neighborhood because of the fact that it was designated an opportunity zone by the federal government in New York State, which is designated as such for the purposes of people like Mr. Gallo investing in low-income neighborhoods. In fact, the law that enabled the opportunity zones was written to incentivize such investment in low-income neighborhoods. In order to take advantage and to properly pursue the investment in an opportunity zone, Mr. Gallo, as he did a number of years ago before you, is seeking to build two-family houses, FEMA compliant two-family houses, which would serve the community better by virtue of the fact that they would offer more affordable housing that would be in conformance with HUD guidelines. Renting one of these FEMA compliant single-family homes is our position is not beneficial to the community. It would be far more effective to increase the housing in the neighborhood, obviously to increase the quality of the housing, which he's already begun to do, and to provide the much needed affordable housing, which is only getting more scarce in our community, as well as in the North Park community. This is a street that can accommodate these types of houses. It's a very wide street. It's got multiple family houses running along the entire length of East Pine Street on its north side. The neighborhood, as I said to you, and you've seen it before, an overlay of all the two-family houses that currently exist in that neighborhood. They include 7, 11, 15, 17, 23, 27, 31, 35, 37, 41, 49, 57, 61, 65, 67, 71, 75, 16, 32, 36, 38, 46, 48, 56, 60, 64, 66, 68, 76, 80, 84, 90, and 92 are all two-family houses or more.
Dennis, you want to say that again? I'm kidding.
I was going to, Denise.
Killing me, Dennis, really?
I wanted it on the record.
Yeah, you better repeat it now. It's okay.
Thank you. So what is being proposed is also within the character of the community, and would be a great benefit to the community. This evening, we have with me not only Darren Gallo, the managing member of the various LLCs, but also Joe Gallinaro, the architect, along with Marissa Stone of Habitat for Humanity, who's going to talk about the significance of what Mr. Gallo is proposing. Now, with the opportunity zones and his investment, he's committed for a 10-year period to own the property from the date of its purchase. And he's seeking to rent these, as I said, pursuant to HUD guidelines. I think, this type of investment shouldn't be looked at askance. It should be, encouraged. And I think that it would do great benefit to the neighborhood itself. So with that, I will give you, well, unless you want to ask me some particular questions, I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, if we just let my speakers speak, and then if you have any questions, you can gun them to whomever you want of the four of us. I would ask Miss Stone if she could step up and speak as to her view, her involvement, and her relationship with Habitat for Humanity and their involvement.
Okay, good evening, everyone. And thanks for giving me an opportunity to present a bit about Habitat and our role and our partnership with Long Beach Living. Again, my name is Marissa Stone. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity in Nassau County. Many have heard of Suffolk County Habitat. We're the smaller of the two affiliates here on Long Island. And I've been with Habitat since 2014. I began as Director of Operations, and within a relatively short period of time, within a year, I was appointed as Executive Director. And I think some of you may recognize my name from my days in Long Beach. I was a former Executive Director of the Long Beach Martin Luther King Center, and I served there for over 8 years in that capacity as Executive Director. And most importantly, I served the residents of the city, and particularly the North Park residents, being where the center is located. I was there prior to the Sandy storm, Superstorm Sandy, and in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy. And I would honestly say that my greatest work was in that period following the storm. We quickly transformed the center from a human services and educational organization into a, I would say, a distribution center where everybody benefited. We did programming, for the human services, for the seniors and children and veterans, and many people came there and were supported by that agency. And I say that tonight only to help you to understand that I do have a vested interest in the community. I understand the dynamics of the community. I know many, many families there, and being there for 8 years, nearly 9, and still on occasion consulting, I still have a deep connection with the community and the children there, and some of their unique stories of what they went through during Sandy and the conditions that they were forced to live in. It was a trying and critical time for everybody. And I say the city and all of us were humbled by the experience that we all were forced to navigate through. However, tonight I'm here on behalf of Habitat for Humanity and our corporate partner, which is the Long Beach Living LLC. And I'm just going to take a few moments to just share like a brief overview and the history of Habitat and the mission of Habitat for Humanity, and why would Long Beach Living choose us, and why would we, Habitat, choose to work with an organization or a group of developers such as Long Beach Living. I'll start.
I have one question.
Yeah.
I've heard of Habitat for Humanity and I have very good thoughts associated with them. Is that a government agency, or is it federal or state or county or independent? What is it?
And that's my attempt to share all of that with you, so all the myths and the misunderstandings will be clarified. To save time, if you would allow, I'll go through the points of what I want to say, and I do believe I'll be able to answer that directly and some. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, great. So looking at June 2020, Habitat for Humanity International, we were honored with the Golden Halo Award that was given to us by an organization called Engage for Good. Why was Habitat chosen? We were chosen because it's one of the highest honors that's given in North America, and it really honors and recognizes the work of corporate social initiatives and cause marketing. And it also showcases how successful we can marry together consumer engagement as well as employee engagement efforts. So we were looked at as a nonprofit organization, non-governmental, not run by the state, not run by the federal government, but a nonprofit 501c3 tax-exempt organization, doing good, having corporate sponsors, faith-based, but going across all lines. We have everyone's welcomed on the site. It's a Christian-based organization, but we have everyone who joins in together in community to make affordable housing possible. So Habitat chooses to work alongside corporate sponsors, corporate partners, and this creates an opportunity for the nonprofit, along with funds from corporate environment, private investors. We all come together and make opportunities for families to have decent, affordable housing, not only in New York, not only in the US, but throughout the entire world. And I'll go through a couple of the myths that people have. And one is that, right here on Long Island, we're making a difference. We're creating change in the lives of people. We address the issues of the real estate crisis that we saw in 2009 through 12, and many of the homes that were ravaged by the storms, the economic downturns. All of those things present unparalleled disasters for housing, and especially to low income and moderate income families and communities. So that's what Habitat is in place for, to help those that need a hand up and not a handout. And we're there to help people to get into home ownership, to realize that dream. Many people think that Jimmy Carter started Habitat. Jimmy Carter did not start Habitat. However, he and his wife, Mrs. Carter, are some of our most famous supporters. Jimmy Carter came in after Habitat had started. Habitat started in a rural area of Georgia by another group of people who came together and wanted to create a model of providing housing for people who were less fortunate, based upon Christian principles, giving back to the less fortunate. Habitat from that time, from 1976, grew into this global organization that has arms, and we reach into many nations, many communities. We go to Washington, D.C., and we advocate. We go to Albany and we advocate. Much of our work is advocacy. And not only do we address housing, but we address the challenges that low-income and moderate-income families face when it comes to health and disparities. If you don't have a decent, affordable place to live, it's going to affect the outcome of the children. It's going to affect the outcome, the dynamics of that family. That family may struggle with food insecurities and so many things. They can't address educational issues because they don't have a place to live, a decent place to call home. And that's what Habitat is primarily all about, offering that hand up instead of a handout. We changed our model, and I'm going on quickly just to give you a bit of background. We changed our model and we began to focus and understand that corporate partners were looking at organizations such as ours that were meeting the needs of people, a perfect marriage for those organizations that had a social mission or needed to meet some of the requirements that the federal government placed on them because of the real estate crisis. One of our largest donors, our largest givers is some of the major banks, JP Morgan Chase, the insurance companies, many of them that had to give back and to meet the requirements that the government mandated that they do, they give to Habitat. We have corporate sponsors such as Whirlpool, Home Depot, Lowe's, major organizations that support Habitat. Habitat, as you know, is a very strong brand. So we took advantage in 2014, we took advantage of the fact that we had a strong brand. We learned that people resonated. They resonated with the fact that we were able to engage people in the process of building their own home. And they saw how that behavior was modeled over and over throughout every project, every nation, every country that we were working in. People were able to engage by putting in sweat equity. Another myth, people think we give away homes. We don't give away homes. A person who comes to Habitat is accepted by way of application. They're vetted. They're proven to be mortgage ready. And we have them go through a rigorous program. We send them for training, for budget counseling, for home ownership training. And then that person, that family stays with us throughout the process. In Nassau County, unfortunately, many families are waiting 2 and 3 years to get a decent, affordable home in their community on Long Island. And that's our mission. That's what we want to accomplish. So this research and this message of helping people, empowering people, and helping families to build strength, to build stability, and to build self-reliance, it resonates with our corporate partners. And that's how I came to really connect with Long Beach Living. They, again, looked at East Pine Street project as a place to make affordable housing possible. It was an opportunity zone, a wonderful place. My board of directors, when they heard about it, they said, learn a lot more about it and bring it to us. And they immediately jumped on board and were all for this project for many reasons. And one in particular that I will highlight tonight is that we have over 150 families that have literally been waiting, some of them 5 or 6 years just to get housing. There's a lack of affordable land in Nassau County. There are families that work, but they struggle because rents are so high, they can't save the money to buy a home. Creating affordable rental units will make a huge difference to our program. It may appear small, it's 6 units, but at the end of all of this, our families would have an opportunity to live in FEMA compliant homes that in a good area, homes in an opportunity.
You need to take it a little slower. It's getting
I'm
late
sorry.
in my hands. So
Okay.
it's just a little slower now because
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a tendency to
I
get in
get
my
it.
groove.
It's really hard to unmute myself, so I would have stopped you a
Feel
little
the
while ago.
excitement.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
it's really exciting, but poor Denise, I'm sure her fingers are burning right now.
Yeah.
So,
So I'll wrap it up in 2 seconds.
No, don't stop.
Please
No,
don't for
no.
me. I
Don't
just
don't
slow down
stop.
a little bit so I can
Go
function.
through the whole presentation, please.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All righty. So I'll take it nice and slow for you, Denise.
That's okay. We're not
And
in a rush. Go ahead.
I'll bring us back to the point of the partnering and the coming together, which with Long Beach Living. As Habitat International changed their focus in 2014 when many of the horrific storms and tsunamis and everything was taking place in other areas of the world, we looked at things that had happened here in America. A lot of the superstorms and so many people were displaced, and we had what we call a building blitz. We would go to Louisiana and build tracts of homes, 100, 200 homes at a time in North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, many of those areas. And we really, really saw the need to change and shift more and focus more on neighborhood revitalization. And speaking to that tonight is so critical to us here in Nassau, as I had ventured a bit into it in the previous portion of my talking tonight. We find so many people that are struggling to maintain the homes that they live in. They're homeowners. They work, or some are retired or soon to retire. In this pandemic, I've been overwhelmed with so many phone calls of people in need of critical home repair. They have to make a choice between food, property taxes, or home repairs, or the mortgage. Thank God that mortgages right now don't have to be paid, and you won't, be penalized or put into a foreclosure situation. But all of us know that that's soon going to come to a close. And we have a lot of people that we send out inspectors and we find that they're living in conditions that, my God, I don't know how they can make it, but they do. So we've shifted our model, being that we can't build right now, being that there's a shortage of land and the cost of building is outrageous, and we're a smaller affiliate. We're focusing more on neighborhood revitalization projects. That will include repairing existing homes. It will include repairs to roofs and various things that we're able to do. But what really, really lit a fire and really helped us to know that we were headed in the right direction is when we were able to come across Long Beach Living and the project there in Long Beach. As I said, we have a couple hundred families that have inquired. We've vetted about 150. I'd say a good number of them, probably today or tomorrow, I've rated my top 10. They're mortgage ready, but not at the rates that homes are selling for in Nassau County at the market rate. So the model that Long Beach Living has put in place to follow HUD guidelines is very, very critical. And it's something that I desperately want to take advantage of. It's a small number. 6 units will be made available to Habitat families that have been waiting, some in excess of 4 or 5 years. They're waiting for that opportunity to realize home ownership on Long Island. They're pre-qualified for mortgages up to a certain amount. This model of placing them in this 2-family home, giving them an opportunity to rent for a period not to exceed 10 years, getting them, acclimated to home ownership, being in a home, new construction, FEMA compliant, changing the dynamics of their family, their mindset, their outlook, and putting them in the seat to ultimately become homeowners of a 2-family income producing property and a very vibrant and wonderful city of Long Beach, a community that they can grow in, their families can grow in. I'm grateful and thankful through our partnership with Long Beach Living that at least 6 of our families, so that means that 1 unit of each of these 6 houses would be set aside for Habitat families to, to compete for. We have to vet and we have to see who would be ready, who would be able to manage. We have a very rigorous program and guidelines that they must follow through the process of waiting for a home. We don't separate from them. They become Habitat partner families, always monitored, always looked at to make sure that they stay mortgage ready. When that time comes, they'll be able to become homeowners of income producing properties, preserving that community, preserving the stock of affordable housing and uplifting and upgrading the lives of families that would not otherwise have that opportunity. So for me, our goal, and I'll just reiterate my final point, the goal of our partnership is to meet the objective of the Opportunity Zone, partnering with a private company to invest in low-income communities, improving the value in the land, because that's key to the Opportunity Zone, providing affordable housing, safe shelter, and helping families realize the dream of home ownership on Long Island, not having to move from where they live, not having to leave their communities.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there anything, ma'am, you want to add? Because that was it was a really, really great presentation. I mean, you went through the whole explanation of basically the goals, the motives, the methodology, and I mean, we really didn't leave anything unturned. Denise's fingers are probably burning right now, and I'm sure she'll be thankful that you slowed down a little bit. But I know you were very enthusiastic about it, and you definitely stirred up a lot of enthusiasm in everybody listening. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well put together. Thank you. Dennis, do you want to elaborate anything? I mean, I
Yes,
think there
I
were
just want to say a couple.
Ms. Stone covered a lot of parameters that we would probably asked about.
Yes, and I think she did a wonderful job. I wanted to mention one or two mundane things, and then try to give you an idea of what's the difference between a single family and a 2-family house in this neighborhood at this point in time, and the reason why we've come back to ask for a 2-family again on each of these properties. First, on a practical issue, we'll be providing up to 4 parking spaces under each of these houses. They're elevated, but the parking is underneath. So I believe the street can.
Is that parking that's, because of the garages, that's different? What do the houses have now? The ones that are being converted, what did they have now in terms of parking?
Nothing. Well, I can say, 88 doesn't have any parking. 82 didn't have any parking because these were tiny houses. 24, you may remember, was that poor property was a mess. There was like an old school bus parked on it, and it was just a mess. And that's been, that's going to completely change. You may remember 114 and 118 had already been subdivided. It was one big lot at one point in time, and years ago it was subdivided. The person who bought it subdivided and thought that they were going to build first. I believe it was 2 single-family attached houses. Ultimately, the cost-benefit analysis, they decided to sell the house, sell the property, and that's when Darren came in, and that property had already been subdivided. I don't even know what was there. The lot was empty for so long. I don't remember. But Pine is interesting in that it is such a wide street. There seems to be parking available even in the evening. But I mean, just barely. It's not like it's an empty street. It's not. It's a busy street. So these 6 houses, even if they're 2-family, are going to provide more than enough parking for what we're proposing. The second thing, and we discussed this a number of years ago, was what's being proposed here is in total conformity with the draft comprehensive plan for the city of Long Beach, wherein affordable housing is emphasized, new affordable housing is emphasized. Affordable housing, particularly in the North Park neighborhood, is emphasized. Now, segue into, so what's the difference between a one-family and a two-family? Right now, you can rent the one-family house that Mr. Gallo is proposing for $5,000. But that's a lot of money, and that's a big house with quite a number of bedrooms. If you make it two-family, you're now housing in a beautiful, accommodating, safe, FEMA-compliant homes, two families with enough space, comfortable. These are not tight little apartments at $2,650 each. So what you could do, the question is, can you get a one family to rent a one family for $5,000? And is that really the goal that you want to attain? Is that what you're looking to
Not
do?
affordable housing. I mean, $5,000 for a family is a lot of money.
Right, and that's what the market is asking. I mean, I'm Rocco. I'm sorry, Chairman Morelli. I'm shocked at some of the rents that I've heard in
Yeah,
Long.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I can't see anybody paying $5,000 to rent a house when they can buy a house.
Right.
Well,
The only problem is one, you gotta have the down payment. That's the problem. The key is qualifying for that mortgage, having a credit score high enough, and then being able to come up with that down payment and the closing costs.
Right.
Bet enough to pay the $5,000,
I mean, the point is well taken. So I think what may happen, and it's just conjecture, is that you're going to have more than one family in a one family. You're going to have what we don't want.
Occupying the house on Pine Street already, he's paying $5,000. The person that's in the house that's occupied, they're paying $5,000.
Yes, at 82 East Pine. Yes. I didn't pull that number out of thin air. He told me that.
Who told you that?
Yeah, that's what he's collected, Mr. Gallo.
Mr. Kelly, I heard, I guess, that these are going to start out as rental units. How does it happen that they get to be sold to a qualified person? What's the mechanism that makes that happen?
I'm gonna let, that's a great question, Commissioner Leonetti. I'll let Mr. Gallo answer it because he is very familiar with what he's doing.
Hello, everybody.
Put your name and address.
My name is Darren Gallo, 651 West Penn Street. I represent all of the LLCs before you and Long Beach Living LLC. The question, it's a great question, and that is one of the reasons that we had met with Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity and us, we found each other, and it just was a perfect fit. The opportunity zone restricts us from selling, if we want the benefits of the opportunity zone, for at least 10 years. So we never had an intention of selling to get the benefit of the opportunity zone, which our benefit, it doesn't affect the city, it doesn't affect real estate taxes, it's an income tax benefit. So we have a benefit for the income taxes for the LLCs. The reason we joined what was such a perfect fit for Habitat for Humanity, in that 10 years or more, depending on whenever we decide is the right time, the Habitat for Humanity tenant will have the first right to purchase the property from us at market rate, because they are mortgage ready, because they are ready to buy it, and because they want to stay in the community and they want to continue to rent the other unit to people of the community.
But not for 10 years, or it could happen sooner than that?
It can't happen sooner than that. Well, 10 years from, it could be maybe 8 years now. It can't happen sooner than that. Otherwise, we would lose the opportunity zone benefit. It is a requirement by the government that we keep it for 10.
I see. Okay.
Right. So the designation of opportunity zones was given to this area of Long Beach when, please?
Commissioner Acevedo, Dennis Kelly, I believe sometime soon after the 2017 Tax and Jobs Act, which created and enabled the opportunity zones. And I believe it's a joint Fed and state endeavor to figure out where an opportunity zone exists. The opportunity zone There's a number of them in Nassau, not too many, but one clearly on the South Shore is us. And it's particularly the neighborhood that runs basically from, I would say, if you look at the map, it runs from like Laurelton to Long Beach Boulevard, from the Channel to Park Avenue. So it's larger than North Park, but it definitely comprises North Park. And I believe it's built and based on median income in the neighborhood. So, and it's an incentive to build, to invest in and build low to moderate housing.
So ideally,
Thank you for that. The last time that you applied for trying to convert single families into two families, was that after 2017 or was that before?
It was after 2017. In fact, I made the same argument at the time as to why Mr. Gallo has, selected the neighborhood, why he was investing in these properties. Because he was doing exactly what the federal government wanted him to do, and he was doing exactly what the state and federal government wanted him to do, and that was invest in this opportunity zone. It works, and if you think about it, there's not, because you and I live here, we all live here, right? If you think about that neighborhood, other than a new homeowner coming in to buy a plot and after Sandy and build a new FEMA compliant house, or somebody because of Sandy renovating their house, there's not really much of this type of independent, larger money going into a number of units, especially in an area which clearly needs this, right? So 114, 118 was vacant, empty, going nowhere. And he's coming and saying, I can do this, I'm going to do this. 82 was devastated by Sandy. 88 was devastated by Sandy. 24 was falling apart because I think the unfortunate soul lived there, just let it kind of go for probably because of life circumstances. So here comes money to do, something that's actually, not only safe and FEMA compliant, the new housing, but it is also within the character of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is multi-family housing.
And
I just don't recall hearing, this type of, I certainly don't remember this type of presentation a couple of years ago. I'm not sure, possibly could have made a difference. I just want to clarify one statement that Mr. Gallo made. So after Mr. Gallo has owned the properties for 10 years, then he can sell it to whomever, or does it have to be sold to someone who is a student of Habitat or some other?
Well, I can answer that for you. We could sell it to anybody, but the deal that we had made with Habitat, which we just felt was the right deal, was the right situation, made sense for the community, made sense for everybody, was that we would give that particular tenant the first right of purchase.
And the purchase price would be
more whatever the market is.
Okay.
So ideally,
want to keep it in the community.
I just have a question. Are there any programs? My question is this: since we're trying to enable, people to purchase homes, it just seems to me like I don't know if there are any of these programs that would offer a provision that the person could buy the home at a pre-established price, or have some of their rent credited towards the purchase price. Because it seems if you want to help somebody on a path to ownership and the builder is getting tax credits, let's just say income tax deductions from it, I don't know. I mean, I guess they all have this, or are there programs where, for example, if you have a family that's lived in a home for 10 years, right? That home's appreciating, that home's going up in value. It just seems like, to me, it almost defeats the purpose of creating home ownership, because in 10 years, if they've been paying a good amount of rent, chances are they probably still haven't saved enough of a down payment to buy that house. So even though they have the right of first refusal, in practicality, they really can't buy it unless they were to buy it at, let's say, a prefixed price, not necessarily what it's worth today. In 10 years, it's going to be worth a lot more, but maybe there would be a predetermined price. Or if they bought it at, the market value with the right of first refusal 10 years from now, that a certain portion of what they had paid in rent would go towards that purchase price to help them get a down payment. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe that something could be credited towards a down payment. Now, Mr. Gallo, I'm not saying that's you, that has to do that, but I was just wondering, are there any of the programs that run like that still give you as a developer like a tax advantage, or not really? They don't really run like that.
Well, the tax advantage is based on the opportunity zone. So in what you're saying, it doesn't necessarily have any of those restrictions, but that doesn't mean that something wouldn't be worked out between Habitats and Long Beach Living around that line of thinking with rentals.
Only because we talk about, like even, in the presentation, we talk about one of the goals is to allow families, to eventually own a house and stuff. But other commissions, correctly, I think Stephen, you were asking me kind of, along these lines, how do you really create the opportunity if people have been paying rent for 10 years and still not have any opportunity to save for a down payment? The house is going to be worth a lot more in 10 years. They're still not going to have the money to buy it because that house went up a lot in value. So maybe if some of the money that was paid in rent, somehow a deal could be worked out with Habitat and the landlords, let's say, well, the landlord doesn't get penalized either because, he's developing a building and he's got a right to make a living and so forth. But if maybe the government somehow would have a program where, if Mr. Smith, let's say, lived in that home with his family for a full 10 years and he didn't move out, maybe a percentage of what he paid the landowner or the developer, Mr. Gallo, maybe some of that could be credited in towards a down payment. So the guy could ultimately buy the house, even though he's been making the payments, he hasn't been able to save any money for a down payment for 10 years. It's a tough program, but there are some things that I'd love to see worked out a little bit better, to enable people to own their home, down the road,
Rocco, I agree with you 100%. Being in the mortgage industry myself at the moment, I do quite a few applications where individuals, when they first started a lease, the seller or the owner of the property had enough foresight at the beginning to say, would you like to do a rent to buy lease? And where exactly what you described, where a portion of the rent went towards, if at the agreed upon time they wanted to buy the house, that money would go towards their down payment. I'm a little surprised that that's not a part of this program. And it certainly would be more lucrative on our part if that could be something that can be worked out.
And I would think that one families would be more affordable than.
Wanda, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I would think that one family would be more affordable for purchase than to a two family. So you're expecting that person to live in the house for 10 years and to purchase a 2-family house, correct?
I agree. Yeah.
Yes, but they would have income producing, that other unit would be income producing for that family that makes that choice. And to answer, I typed it in the chat, but the model that both gentlemen were speaking of is offered to some people who hold the Section 8 voucher. The model is to get them into homes, and the program is structured where they can ultimately purchase the home that they get into. Again, all of the details of our relationship are all contingent upon getting zoning through. So if zoning comes through, we're open to more conversation with the developer to make these units available where these families are assured, perhaps as someone mentioned, locking in a purchase price right now that would remain in place regardless of the market fluctuation. We could entertain that. We could entertain also a portion of the rent being set aside for a down payment. And that makes the person, again, more qualified for the mortgage with money being already paid into the property over that next 5-6 years that the developer is holding the property. So it's a win-win for the person who, you know, exercises that right to purchase. And I feel that the Habitat family is already in position for that. They come to us with the mindset of being homeowners. And in my capacity, I will do everything I can to negotiate the best terms for them.
I would
Right.
love to see that happen, because I think that a program like that, well, two prongs. First of all, I think like when they don't have the option to save money or have it credited towards the down payment, it's almost like a tease for these poor people that are living in a house. They love the house, they're getting used to the house. Now all of a sudden the 10 years come up and, you know, the landlord or the developer is going to sell it, and they give them the right of first refusal. But it's like, they don't, even though they have the right of first refusal, they know they can't buy it because they don't have the down payment. So it's almost like a tease, because then they got to leave or they got to pay it to a different landlord, you know? Whereas at the same time, if these people who took care of this place, also, I would add, you know, haven't been a tenant, haven't lived as, you know, haven't had a tenant, I would tend to think that somebody who's going to live in a place knowing that they're going to own it is going to take better care of it. They're also less likely to be calling the landlord, you know, because a light bulb is broken or something like that. They're going to just fix it themselves, because they're going to say, I'm going to own this place someday. I don't want to let this place go down the tubes. I'm going to let it, you know, be taken care of. I would do that, you know, and I think that it's a win-win then for everybody, because the owner who built the place is knowing that his place is going to be better taken care of while he's still owning it. And the guy who is renting it has a little peace of mind, saying that, geez, you know, in 10 years, I'm not going to have somebody else as a landlord or throwing me out of here saying that the 10 years are up, the developer sold the house, and now I don't have any money to put down on this thing. Because if this thing was worth X amount of dollars today and it's worth 25% more, 30% more in 10 years, how the hell am I going to save up that down payment, you know?
Right. And we have considered these things. And I could say that
very, you know, times, which could last years, you know, still.
Yeah. And I could say in my experience over this past 8-9 months, working with Darren and the other persons that are a part of the Long Beach Living team, they're very gracious. And their objective, bottom line, is to help families get into these homes and become homeowners. And I know that that's not going to be a far stretch for us to come to some terms that are agreeable and that are doable and realistic for the families that are chosen.
You know, there's no doubt in the world that two-family houses are the way to go to get a foot in.
That's right.
My first house, when I was in my 20s, I bought a two-family house, and the rent made it possible for me to.
I did the same. You're exactly right. It's the exact model that people need in this economy. You have to have some flow of income to maintain, and it can't just be a 9 to 5. It has to be something in addition.
I'm fully in favor of, you know, two families as stepping stones. Now, any other neighborhood in Long Beach, well, not any, but most neighborhoods in Long Beach, the two-family question is a killer. Nobody wants two families to come into their neighborhoods because, you know, it makes it more crowded, et cetera. So what I would like to know, obviously, Habitat for Humanity is very much in favor of the two-family houses here. Mr. Gallo, the developer, wants to do it too. Can you show us the support for the rest of the people in the neighborhood already who won't have a problem with this, or, you know, the existing owners? Because if they don't have a problem with it, I sure don't have a problem with it. But
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, Commissioner Leonetti, we have people waiting to speak. And we're afraid we're going to lose them. So this may be a perfect segue from that. Your timing is impeccable.
Perfect.
So
these are residents from Pine Street? These are homeowners from Pine Street?
I don't know who they are. Commissioner Brooks, I know that there are people waiting to comment.
Let's, you know what? Why don't we have the commissioners ask any other questions after, because the hour is already 11:13, and there might be people that are tired and, you know, they might want to go home, or I mean, you know, back to sleep. If let's give them a chance to talk, and this way everybody is going to be heard. So let's move on to them, and then if we have any other questions as commissioners after these people speak, for or against, then we can go back and ask some more questions if we need to. So let's let the audience be heard now, okay? Robin, do you want to start acknowledging people or?
Yes, James had his hand raised. James, if you're on, unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hello, how are you?
Hey,
Can you
James.
hear me?
How you doing? Just give us your name and address, James, just for the record, please.
James Hodge, 95 East Fulton Street. And I was looking to get some of that food that Commissioner Barry was eating. I don't know what it was, but
That's something chewing. I mean, I noticed that, you know?
Yeah.
I did squeeze my dinner in there in the middle, and then I did have a little bit of a leftover gelato that I scooped up. Yes.
So I didn't want to take too much time,
Thank
but
you.
Commissioner, I'm excited to be on. I'm still here at the center as the chairperson of the Long Beach Martin Luther King Center. We're having our pre-grand opening, a grand opening tomorrow, re-grand opening tomorrow. We've been closed since the pandemic. And we're excited to get the kids and the community back in. But I'm excited to speak about this project. I'm excited to speak about Darren Gallo. I'm excited that, and also greetings to you, former Councilman Kelly. Thank you for being on also. I am excited because it's an opportunity in this opportunity zone where families that's in Long Beach, that's on many lists, that's been waiting for years to get in Pinetown, get in Channel Park homes, that, you know, that they may have an opportunity to now live in something that does not look like it's affordable. So many times, and we know someone had said that they're into mortgages and real estate. And so, you know, we know that some of the history of real estate, and especially here on Long Island, but this is such an amazing opportunity right now, I would say, during this Black History Month, that someone decided to say, I'm going to take my money and I'm going to go into an area that's always considered over there, behind there, low income, less fortunate, marginalized. We always been considered that. Since a kid, I've been in Long Beach since 1976. I'm 44 years old, but I've always heard that. And so when I met Darren Gallo to hear his excitement about this plan, and he said that, you know, these 6 houses, which I live on Fulton Street, right, you know, and the MLK is on Riverside and Pine Street. So I pass these houses every day. And what I can say about, you know, a lot of times people come in and they do stuff just to get the support. I didn't get that feeling from Darren Gallo. And why I didn't get that feeling is because this is a man that's coming in and getting houses where Martin Luther King was here in March of 1968, little history. And he was talking about the deplorable houses that was right there on Pine Street. Martin Luther King was right there on Harrison Street, which that whole area is not anymore. But Martin Luther King was here in March of 1968, just a few weeks before he got killed, 4468. And then his daughter was here, of course, 2 years ago. But Martin Luther King was talking about the deplorable state. And then the owners of Pinetown came and built Pinetown. But Darren Gallo, like I said, this is historic. And I think if this, I pray that this goes through, and I pray that even maybe the commissioners come down and celebrate, because it's giving people an opportunity to not be in something that's considered different than what someone else may have, or the opportunity that somebody else may have. And so do people that have, you know, funds to do this, do they have to come in areas like that? No. And so I started looking this stuff up. What is an opportunity zone? What are they really getting out of it? And you see that it's not a whole bunch that they're getting out of this. They're coming in this opportunity for investors to come and really help low income areas. That means the properties next door will be worth more. That means you will be able to be in a brand new house. And you know, Warbounds, where Warbounds is, 1983, that gentrified a lot of friends of mine, family members, because that was a whole section of houses that was knocked down and those individuals were placed out of Long Beach. And in my lifetime, it's always seemed like low income or affordable housing has just been in one little area, that Long Beach Road to Park Avenue to the train station. And so, you know, for someone to come in to build houses that are like houses all over Long Beach, I must tell you, Commissioner, and to all of the commissioners and chairmen, that I'm excited about this. Living in this community, being the chairperson of the Martin Luther King Center, I've spoken to just about every neighbor, and I've spoken to a lot of neighbors, and I know a lot of them are still signing, you know, the petition to show support of these projects, because again, a lot of them want an opportunity to live in them. And then when Darren said, you know what, he's going to make them HUD regulated and guidelines, and the fee will be what HUD would charge, it just made me even more excited to support it. And so what has he done for the community? He's during the pandemic, we were feeding over 300 and something people a day. Darren Gallo comes and says, you know what? I want to help you feed those people. This was helping feeding people. Christmas, help buy toys. You know, Thanksgiving, help buy turkeys. If you know anything about the center, our biggest days are Christmas, Thanksgiving, and during this pandemic, we've been feeding over 340 or more people a day. And so when we talk about, you know, masks and hand sanitizer, over 20,000 masks just for, now he's given to whole Long Beach, but he's given it to the Martin Luther King Center also to distribute to every door in North Park. Now, all of the stuff that I've been doing, you know, with the community and on the Nassau County Police Commissioner's Task Force, and tomorrow we'll have the city manager here and the police commissioner at the MLK Center at our opening. I've worked with a lot of people. I have never really seen someone come in North Park and put their money and their funds where their mouth is. And I would not be behind him if he was not real about it and he was not showing it. He's showing it. And this is my last point, is that when I was young and going through school and everything, it used to be two lines in the cafeteria. It used to be a line for the free lunch line. And there used to be a line for the people that was paying. And everybody used to laugh at me because I had a yellow card. I used to have to get that yellow card punched. Sad, you know, I'm a man, but I still had feelings. And so I would, you know, ask my dad, you know, why do we have to carry this big yellow card and get it punched? They laugh at, oh, free lunch line, free lunch line. And so, you know, I did that in elementary school, and then in high school, I started asking, can we just go on a regular line? And we got to get hamburgers. They can get cheese on their cheeseburgers. Father, give me 50 cents to try to, you know, get a little snack with lunch. But I was so happy before I graduated as the homecoming king of Long Beach High School. I was so happy, had to throw that in there. I was so happy that they put all of us together to say that no one will know that you're on the free lunch line. You don't have to have no card no more. You don't have to stand on that side of the cafeteria and all the free lunch line people. And you don't have to be set aside so people can know that you're poor. These houses put us together. And it put us together in an opportunity to say that we can live comfortably where people can ride by our house and they don't know if we're on Section 8. They don't know if we're living in an affordable house or not, because the house has everything, or if not better than some of the houses that cost $500, $700, or $1 million. The house is a nice house, and he's taking properties that were ran down, some nothing was in. And you know, you all that know Long Beach, drive by those houses. You got the plans. You know every measurement of it. I support 100% as the chairperson of this non-for-profit, as an activist, as an advocate for people. I thank you for giving me the time. I thank you, maybe, Barry may, send me, a piece something to eat or something like that. But again, I'm excited and I thank you for this time. And I appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to continue working with Mr. Gallo, because I believe that, he has a 10-year, this is a 10-year deal, and he's committed to being a help to the community, not just talking about it, but he's going to be about it. And he showed that already. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And if you have any questions for me, you can.
Thanks, Lom. That was great. Thanks, James.
Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Anybody got any questions, or are we going to have the next person speak? Robin, we have the next person wants to come up.
There are 3 people in attendance, but nobody has their hands up. Dennis, are you aware of anybody that, oh, never mind, hold on. Okay, we have James Hutchinson and Mac Graham. So you just need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm the new executive director at the MLK Center, and I'm going to be really brief. James, actually, I'm going to just echo everything James said.
Just give your name and address for the record.
Mac Graham, and I'm the new executive director at the MLK Center in Long Beach.
Go ahead, Mac, please.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was just going to say that, like, I echo everything that James just said. I feel like Darren, he's definitely been a great contributor to the Long Beach, especially the North Park residents, the North Park area. And I definitely in full support for him.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Graham. Anything else?
No, not this time.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's someone else, Robin, you said also wants to speak.
Yeah, James Hutchinson.
Okay.
James, just unmute yourself. James, you need to unmute yourself.
Muted me. Okay.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah. Just give us your name and address, please, sir.
Yeah, it's James Hutchinson. It's 73 East Market Street, Long Beach, New York. 11561. Yeah, I've been on this call. James told me to get on a call at 7 o'clock. I thought it was going to be pretty quick, so I actually left Long Beach, went and watched the whole New York Knicks game, and I'm still on this call in the wee hours of the
At the Knicks game in there.
Thanks for taking it in. The Knicks did great. It was we blew them out. We blew Sacramento out. It was a great game, and I had an opportunity to actually listen to this whole meeting. Some interesting stuff. But I just wanted to. I think I said something in front of this committee, the zoning board, some time ago. When I first met Darren Gallo, it was a couple years back. And when I heard him speak, and sometimes you hear people speak and, they tell you they're going to come through with a plan and, they're going to have, low income housing. I've heard that. I'm 50 years old. I've been in Long Beach my whole life. I've heard this stuff before, time and time again. But as I got to know Darren, and I got a chance to deal with him, to speak to him, and to sit down and listen to his plan, and to see these houses that are going up. I went inside of one of those houses, the one that's on Pine Street. I'm not for sure the address. When I went in and I looked at it, and for people to have an opportunity to live in something brand new, low income, Section 8. That just doesn't happen. I mean, it does happen, but in a brand spanking new house. And I also heard, about, I'm going through the mortgage process myself. It's not, it's not an easy process at all. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a credit score, and sometimes you have to have a co-signer, and all of your I's are not dotted, your T's are not crossed. It's a little tough to get a mortgage. And, looking at, I did some research on an opportunity zone. And, just for someone to come into our community speaking to Darren, talking to him. Like I said, when I first met him, everything that he said, this guy hasn't come around and says, you know what, well, we need you to speak up for me because we'll give you this. No, everything that he said from day one, and you see it going up on Pine Street in our area. Like I said, I've been here for 50 years. I've been up and down. I was born on Pine Street, and the houses that were there, and to see what's going up there now, and you know, Long Beach Living LLC and their team is exactly what he told us from day one. And I'm not talking about just being in our community, the stuff that he has done for our community, stepping up to the plate. And usually some people, you know, when you deal with investors, I deal with investors all the time, and you ask them for something, man, and they be like, oh man, you know, they send you the voicemail. This guy, if he's busy, he'll answer his phone. He'll send you a text message and tell you that he you know, he needs to get back to you. And not only that, his crew, if you look at his construction crew, his work crew, it's all diverse. So, you know, I'm saying that because it says a lot about himself. It says a lot about these houses that he's building, to go into a brand new home and to be on Section 8. My mother always said, and we weren't born rich. If you're poor and you have nothing but pork and beans and rice in the refrigerator, you can go out the door and wipe your mouth like you just ate a sirloin steak. And I say that to say this, that he's bringing these properties in the North Park area. He's going to make the prices of properties go up around, and people will get a chance to have a place to live. And I heard that man, Darren Gallo, say, I want people to live the way that I live. And those houses that are going on up on Pine Street are impressive. They're not going up. I'm in the painters union. I've been in the painters union for 30 some years. And looking at those houses, I know cheap labor, I know cheap materials from top quality materials. Those houses are going up with top quality materials. To have that in our community, and for him to be a part, to want to be a part of this community, North Park, out of every other community in Long Beach, because like I said, this is the most underserved community in Long Beach, is North Park. I've born and raised here, 50 years here. It says a lot about him. Like I said, when I first met him, he didn't only talk the talk, he walked the walk. And I'm not talking about just with those houses. He's showed up at the Martin Luther King Center during the pandemic. What can I do to help? What can I do to help? He showed up at our Robbie days. What can I do to help? What can I do to help? He showed up at various functions that we've had there. He showed up at talent shows. He just shows up. And like I said, he's a man of his word. He's a man of honor. He's a man of integrity. And I met him over 3 years ago. And every single thing that he said that he was going to do, he did it. He brought it to fruition. And driving down Pine Street, seeing these new homes in this community, knowing that they're not going to just be sold off for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, that they're going to go to someone who is less fortunate from my community, that puts a big smile on my face. And I'm pretty sure it puts a big smile on any single family or any dual family who would rent one of those homes from Long Beach Living LLC. And like I said, the Opportunity Zone, it's also of the Jobs Act of 2017. And Darren Gallo, he doesn't only talk the talk, he walks the walk. And this is the last thing that I have to say. The zoning board, to all of you guys, thank you for allowing me to speak. I spoke before you before. And whatever needs to be granted, I hope that you grant it, because like I said, like James said, this is history in the making with these homes that the Gallo Long Beach Living LLC and Darren Gallo is putting up. And like I said, I think I just think he's going to do more when something comes available, because he said it from the beginning. The day that I met him, he said, this is what I'm here to do, and I'm going to set out what I said I was going to do. I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't believe him, but he's doing it. It shows. He's got his crew on Pine Street all the time. And I know a guy that he bought a brand new lawnmower for, a brand new weed whacker, and told him, if you see any grass or anything growing, just cut the grass, weed whack, and I'm going to pay you. And that's somebody from this community. And I thank Darren for that. And like I said, I would love to see whatever that needs to be approved, whatever needs to be granted for Darren Gallo to, and his company, Long Beach Living LLC, for it to be approved. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much. Robin, is there anyone else?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. All right. So now let's go back and discuss whether not all the homes are similar. And I would want to just hear a little bit about the new construction too, the one home that's not a conversion.
Joe Gallinaro still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
There he is. All right, I think the chairman, Joe, if you can, wants to talk about 88.
Okay. Joe Gallinaro, 185 Lagoon Drive East, Toledo Beach, New York, 11561. Good evening, Chairman Morelli, board members. The 88 East Pine Street property is it's roughly excuse me. It's roughly 30 feet wide and about 107 feet deep. On one side, it has an angled front yard. The front yard setback to the deck is 10 feet, to the house is 20 feet. So the front yard to the house is 5 feet beyond what the requirement is for the property. We have a 5-yard setback on the east side and a 6.7 foot side yard setback on the west side to the house itself. There's 21 feet to the rear yard, which also does not require a variance. The house does not require a height variance. It is a 3-story FEMA compliant house. It will house 4 cars on the property, 2 side by side and 2 tandem. We're presenting a side staircase on the west side of the property that would lead up to the 2nd floor unit. And also there's a platform extension that would allow for access to the mechanical space on the west side of the property. So the maintenance of the mechanical room is accessed from the outside. You do not have to go into any of the units in order to access the mechanical unit. So it could be accessed at any point. Does not have to go through the house to get that, which is a nice thing. Like I said, the 2nd floor is accessed from the staircase on that west side. You enter into the home. There's a big open kitchen, dining room, living room space with a coat closet right next to it. As you travel in the back of the house, there's a 3-bedroom. There's 2 bathrooms, one in the hallway and one in the master. The master bathroom also has a double vanity, a toilet, a shower, and the whole bathroom is a tub, a shower, and a sink. The master bedroom also has a walk-in closet. The unit on the 3rd floor, which is accessed from a staircase starting from the ground floor, passing or bypassing the 2nd floor and landing on the 3rd floor. In the front of the home. Again, on top of the 2nd floor is the kitchen, the dining room, and the den. There's a cathedral ceiling in the front of the house. Both units have a 10-foot front deck, which is covered and gives access to connection to the front yard and the street. And also on the 3rd floor, you have, again, 3 bedrooms. The master has its own bathroom, 2 sinks, shower, toilet with a walk-in closet, and the hall bathroom is a tub, tub shower combination with the toilet and the sink. In the back of the house, also on the ground floor, you'll notice that the underside of the house at the ground floor is open, similarly to how it is at the front of the house, which will increase the yard space. So even though it's 21, almost 22 feet from the rear property line to the rear of the house, there's a under-house seating area that's covered that's 10 feet deep. So the yard essentially, instead of 21 feet, becomes 31 feet by 30 feet wide, which is a nice place for a covered outside seating area. As mentioned before, this home is similar design to the other 5 houses that that we've put together for the Gallows.
Okay, thank you very much. Now at this point, do we want to start to wind down in terms of any other questions from the members of the board? And then perhaps be ready to start voting on the individual cases.
Chairman, I just had a quick question. I just wanted to say that a lot of cars are not on Pine Street because Pinetown Homes have parking in the back. So that's
Right.
what alleviates some of the crowdness that, well, it would be crowded if they didn't have it, but they have their own parking in the back. That's what leaves a lot of space on Pine Street.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just like to make a quick point. Mr. Gallo has obviously a lot of support, but one point that Ms. Manissa brought up, as far as trying to assure that these individuals that get into these houses can then possibly purchase these houses, appears a little bit more after the fact. I would really like to see something somehow set in stone, like Chairman Morelli mentioned at the outset of this program, okay, so that we can not so much assure, but let it be the decision of the people who are living in these places to buy the place, not the price. Because after 10 years, you're looking at market rent, I don't see where it's necessarily going to be affordable for the tenants. So, I mean, everything sounds great. That's the only thing that I would like to see a little more solid, that something is more proactive to make it work for the individuals who are living there for 8, 9, 10 years. Good.
Well, I would worry it's almost like a tease, to live in a beautiful home and know that every year you're winding down, that where we're going to go after this now, we're going to go back to some place that is nowhere near as nice as this, because we just haven't been able to save enough money to be able to put anything down on this house. I mean, this is a tough economy for everybody. And whether you're poor or not so poor, or however you sit, it's hard for anybody to save money nowadays if you have kids in school and this and that. So the problem is that, if I was renting myself, I don't know if I'd have enough money in 10 years to be able to put down on a nice house that I was living in too. So I worry about it. I worry about, people being disappointed. They put their hard-earned money and then they put their sweat equity into the place. And, in 10 years, somebody will come along to buy it that's got a pocket full of cash to put down. And some poor family, now they got to get out, because they can't afford.
Well, can I address this topic?
Sure, please.
Okay, so that's one of the main reasons that we got involved with Habitat for Humanity, because people had expressed that kind of concern to me before. And you could say all you want, but nobody's going to fully believe the developer. So when I got involved with Habitat for Humanity, that was one of the main reasons. And 10 years from now, or 8 or 9 years from now, the situation that we have with Habitats, and I'm going to lean with Renissa, and we're going to talk about this kind of opportunity in the future, because she's done this more than I have on the end. And there is no guideline within Opportunity Zone or within HUD. We're basically doing something that hasn't been done before, because it's only came out in 2017. And Renissa and Habitat for Humanity have this history, have done stuff like this with other investors before. And we've had this conversation in the past, and we're still working out how we're going to do it. And we've had a conversation talking about what you've already mentioned tonight, which was part of the rent being set aside in some manner, maybe with the security that builds over the 10 years that becomes the down payment. But the big, let's say, benefit of the Opportunity Zone is the fact that the house is going to improve in value, and that is one of the benefits that we get on the income tax side. So there needs to be something worked out between both entities, and Long Beach Living and Habitats have been talking about this, and I think we've come to an agreement, but we haven't yet. It really has we need the approval for the two families to even continue the conversation.
Are the rent stabilized?
Go ahead, Steve.
Are the rents stabilized for the
The
next?
rents are going to, the rents are as, which you can make as stipulation with the approval, completely okay with that, is what we expected. The rents will be coinciding with the HUD guidelines. So whatever the HUD guideline is, for the amount of time that we own these properties, 10 years, whatever it is, whatever you want to set, that the rents will be, and we cannot go past it.
And what are you expecting the rents to start at?
I believe the HUD right now is either 26 or 2650 for a three bedroom, one bath with rooms.
Rocco,
that
I'm sorry, whoever is not speaking needs to mute their mics.
Someone's got a TV in the background.
I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna like leave in a minute if it doesn't stop.
James, mute your phone, James.
Okay.
Yeah, because I also think what James said earlier about, these houses, being affordable, and that they're not going to be the ones that are going for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. These are certainly going to go for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 when you sell them. So I don't think that, I think that they're going to be expensive houses when they're sold, and it's not necessarily going to be as affordable as people think.
I agree with you on that. That's why it's very important that they're two families. I mean, I could speak to the reason why we went to two families a little bit. Building these homes is about $500,000 as a single family, and about $600,000 as a two family. So I hope they go for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, or we're not going to ever see any money. But
sure.
The fact that they're two families and the fact that the HUD rates will continue to rise, they're $2,600. I think when we first met 2 years ago, it was $2,500. So they've already gone up $100, $150, and usually they're subsidized by a program so that the person living there doesn't have to pay as much. But the Habitats for Humanity people will most likely be paying the full rent. So therefore, we can take some of that rent, use it as a down payment, and in 10 years, 9 years, 8 years, 11 years, whatever it has to be, when we go to sell it for them, they can have the down payment and supposedly our mortgage ready. And that's where Habitats for Humanity comes in, because we could rent affordable housing. We can rent to low to middle income, and you're right, they may never be able to afford it. But Habitat's whole program is designed that they will put someone in that can afford it in 10 years.
Okay.
And that rent will help them. And I did that. When I moved here, 651 West Penn is a two family. I was looking at one families. I think back then they were 450 or 500,000, and I couldn't afford it. And then I found a two family with 600, and I could afford that because of the rent. Otherwise I was going to be in a condo. Thank God I'm not with all my kids now.
All right.
All right, I've got a question for Joe Gallinaro. Joe, just when you mentioned that they're all going to be, I understand the efficiency of having this an identical template, and you do have a space constraint. You're getting two families in there. It's FEMA. There's a lot of things that are going to hold these to being very similar, but I also think there's a huge appeal to having architectural varieties, so it doesn't look so much like, a row of townhouses or whatever. I think it'd be great if you could just embellish them with different siding styles or something. And I know this is a little bit more, and you won't gain the same efficiencies with materials, at least in the exterior, finishes. But I think it'd be a really nice touch for beautifying the neighborhood if this is what this is going to accomplish.
Yeah, I agree. And we do have plans for different siding for each house, the different colors. Yeah, so it's not, they're going to buy a flatbed of gray siding and every house is going to get it. So
okay, that's my only real thing there. Yeah. I think this could be a real beautification project, and
if you look at the
that would help
pictures,
that along.
You look at the pictures, you could see the extreme color changes that we made. And
you do have that. Okay, I'm sorry if I missed that. Okay,
you didn't give them the pictures?
No, I've got, there's all these different packages, and I didn't open them all up.
Okay, so yeah, we have a.
Okay, I'll take a closer look. Thank you.
The other thing, they did change a little bit because we found ways to benefit. So the first house, 82, you'll notice that the roof line over the top deck was set back, and so that we could expose this beautiful triangular window we put.
Mm-hmm.
We realized after building that it would be much more beneficial to bring it out, to put a roof over the second deck, which then puts a roof over the first deck. And so you'll notice that on 114 and 118, that changed. And 24, 26 is a little wider. There's little changes that are happening along the way, just as we find ways to make the houses better.
Okay, all right.
Do you feel that the houses blend in with the rest of the houses on the block?
Chilled. I'm sorry?
Do you feel that?
I didn't hear you,
houses
Wanda. Is that you?
Yes, it was Wanda.
Wanda, please speak up.
Do you feel that these houses blend with the rest of the houses on the block?
The rest of the houses on the block are not FEMA compliant, and a lot of them are similar to 88. So you're kind of creating a new housing stock on the block. It does 24 and 26 do blend with, I guess it would be 22, because it's a much taller house and it looks like they made it FEMA compliant and they built a bigger house. It's owned. And then it's an improvement from, in my opinion, it's an improvement from what's across the street, but it's similar in the sense of density. I don't really.
I would say that the, 24 and 26 probably are a nice pick-me-up and blend with the properties that are immediately to the east, to the point where you get to those small bungalows, right? So we're replacing 2 of the small bungalows, and I would hope at some point in the future, the other bungalows would be replaced as well, because those are the ones that are really not in tune with the rest of the character of the neighborhood. Then if you proceed east of Riverside, there's many big houses there. And again, this is going to be something in line with that, but a newer rendition, let's put it that way.
Yeah, but I'm talking more style of the house instead of the height of the house.
Oh, yes. Then if you're talking style, I would say that they blend and bring up to the next, like a next stage, I would say. Newer. They're not old. An 88 is next to the MLK Center, so that is a very tall building. So it doesn't get, sticking out next to the MLK Center. But I think it's different. And the fact that they're spread, I think, is nice too, that there's, 2 here and then 2 over here. And then, so you don't get that row house appeal, which you actually have on Pine. 82, 84, 86, 88 were the exact same house at one point, actually even further to the 70s, the other way. They were all very much the same. So you had that there already, and we've split it up. And then once you get past 118, there is a lot of the exact same house, which were attached houses, which if you remember 3 years ago, that was a suggestion from somebody, and we strayed away from that because we just feel that not being attached is a much better open air type of build. And people don't want to be attached.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions for Darren? Okay, at this point now, Mr. Kelly, if there are no other questions, I guess I'll bring this over to council. Can we start, or will we probably put the vote off on this? Are any motions going to be made this evening for a vote on any of the cases? Or now are we going to vote the following ones individually on each case?
Are you asking me, Mr. Chairman?
No. I'm asking you if you were finished with your presentation.
I think so. I think,
Yeah.
In totality, everybody's gotten.
Okay. And now from our council, Rich, are we gonna now put this off till next month? I would think we probably would. Or do we vote this evening on the individual cases if anybody wants to make motions?
Well, I mean, that's ultimately up to the board. It's been quite a lot of applications. And if, I leave it to, to the commissioners. The presentation's over. It's been a long night. If you want to take time to soak it all in, do so. If not, this would be the time, but we'd be voting individually on each individual application. And
it's only a worthy project, but there are certain questions any of the board members might still have, or certainly there is one board member, who recused herself on a couple of cases and at this point may not want to even be prepared to vote. I'll leave it up to the members of the board. I mean, I could vote if the members of the board want to vote on this tonight.
Just one question, Mr. Gallo, you own all of the properties right now?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
And they're in different stages of construction right now.
right, but there's no contract vendee type thing right now. It's-
Absolutely. No, the only issue we have is we do have a time constraint, but we totally are prepared to wait a month if need be. The opportunity zone allows you 3 years to build, which is why we were already going at full rate and we were going to have to do single family homes. The only reason we're here today is because of our meeting with Habitat for Humanity and because of COVID giving the opportunity zones a 9-month extension, which gave us an opportunity to give it one last good shot with the community and with Habitats to build these 2 families. So 114 and 118 are currently at shells, waiting for plumbing and electric based on these decisions, and they have to be completed by the end of July. And 24 and 26 have to be completed by the end of December, single or 2, doesn't matter. Has to be done.
And I would say from the MLK, we've been up and down the block. We haven't got one complaint. And I must add that in. We've been up and down the block speaking to every resident.
Rocco, I would just want to probably confer a little bit with legal after this, if it's possible to hold off the vote, because there's still the question of like the use permit, the use change. And I'd like to know, what the standards are for changing that. I know what they are in general, but I don't know if there's how much sway there is on what we can vote for and what we can't. I think as much as it's a great idea, I get everything that's being said. And I'm totally for it in my personal sense. I want to know what the restrictions are legally, and I don't want to make a decision that's going to cause us problems down the road.
I agree. It is 6 houses, and I think we should just digest it and take the time to go through the plans and find out the peripheral. If there's any peripheral things we're not thinking about, I mean, just sitting here for so many hours tonight.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big decision on all. I think we're pretty close, but it would be good not to just like rush right into it. Let's
agree.
Take a breath and.
Looks good, but yes, that would be the prudent thing to do. Okay.
Commissioners, more than happy to meet with you. We'll go over it.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So then this is the last case that we have heard. The case will remain open for voting. Are there any other matters of business, Robin? Any other extensions? We have to, anything else that we have to?
We have about 15 extensions to go through.
Robin, we get paid.
Robin, you almost killed me there.
Elise just bumped it.
I'm telling you, I'm done. Good night, everybody. Extensions tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank
you. Rich, I'll try to call you during the week, Rich.
Good night.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Dave.
If you like, commissioners, if you want, we can always schedule a meeting with council if you want to do a Zoom or something like that. You want to do it together? It's up to you.
That's fine.
Yeah, that would be better to do it all together. I'd like to, that would be good.
Okay, so Robin and I will coordinate, send out some dates for you guys, and we'll do a Zoom.
It works.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Good night,
Have a
everyone.
good night.
Good night.
All right. Thank you for everybody, all their time tonight.
All right. Stay safe. Be blessed.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your input, folks. Bye-bye now.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Good luck. Good luck with the grand opening as well. Bye-bye now, James. Bye now.